Okay, I hope everybody can hear me. I found this when I was going through some of my old stuff. We had a little bit of a mix-up here. And again, I hope everyone is able to hear me because I have no idea whether this is working or not. Now, I don't know what YouTube just did to me. It was really weird. When I went this morning, it said that this would start at 7:30, but I set it for 8. So I refreshed it and it showed 8 o'clock. I go, great. I go to log on and it says the live stream has ended. What? The live stream has ended? How can that be? But anyway, I restarted it. But for some reason, the old chat is still here. So what I'll do, I'll go through the old chat and then I'm going to have to reconfigure this because something went wrong. I don't know. And it wasn't the fault of my little black menace because he was eating at the time. And again, yeah. This was one of my friends that gave this to me about 25, maybe 30 years ago. It's a long time because it's been a joke that I eat pretty much anything that moves. It says if it's on a tail, it's on the menu. Do you eat cat? No, I don't eat cat. But I thought this was quite funny with this. It's a black cat on some bald guy's head, and he's looking at it. And then look over what we have here. We have the grill. All right. Let me go ahead and bring up some of the old chats. Now, let me see if this will work. So, let me go over here to the browser and switch over here to see. Okay, so the old chats are still here. And the first one was Sandy Blythe and said, good morning, it says live at 7:30. I don't know what that was, but, and then Terry Sue says, good morning. And that was the timer. What does Mitch call the crowns? Purple blotches. Well, there you go. I need to get rid of those silly things, but then again, that's up to you. Doesn't matter. Timer does mean 7:30. Okay. Maybe a half-hour pre-show. No, I hope not. Looks like it was a mix-up. That's what I said. And then 30 minutes Milton show to warm up first. Rick, are you eating grape nuts? No. And then I answered, never grape nuts, but sometimes duck nuts. Much better than grape nuts. Back to sleep for me. Okay. And Josephine C. says, howdy, quackers. When Rick says howdy in return, good morning, Rick, and all you quackheads. I guess that's a reference to what used to be crackheads, but we're quackheads. That's fine. And Father of United Carnivore, good morning, Rick, and everyone from beautiful Melbourne, Florida, home of Chef Mitch. All right, now, so I've got through the earlier comments. Let me see if I can bring up the new ones. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to close the old comments window, and I'm going to open a new one. Will it work? We will see. If I get cut off, then you know what's going on. So we will just pull the chat out. And it's coming up black. Oh, there it goes. All right. This is good. This is a good sign. It's a good sign. It may work. It may not work. All right. Let's try. We'll put this in here. It'd be a lot easier if I use a streaming service, but where's the challenge in that? So we'll go over here and we will put the browser link right here. And we'll make a change. And hopefully it will work. There we go. All right. Now, let's see. Is it? And there we go. All right. So we have the other chat that has come up. So that's really nice. And I still have a little bit of bacon from my breakfast. Excellent. Got to work on that heart attack. Got to keep up those animal fats. All right. Okay. Come on, Uncle Jed, the party's starting. Hear that music. And Michael Pregler is here. And yes, movie 420, that was cool. Michael Pregler is here, hanging with my grandson and family. Excellent. I don't know if it's gym time earlier or later, but I know that's coming. And Terry Sue again says, good morning. And Gary says, take 2. Yes, take 2. We'll get it eventually. If it gets cut off, it'll be take 3 and take 4. And next thing you know, Milton will be over here assisting me in this endeavor. The other live sure went by quick. Yes, it did. I don't know what happened. Crazy. Good Saturday morning. Good Saturday to you, Sandy. Carnivore Whisperer is here. Good morning. BK Belgian Carnivore. Hi, Rick and Milton. And the Saturday, I guess he didn't want to put turd in the word. Quack team, hope you are all okay. Yes, I am better than okay because I'm here with the people that I like that are watching me on a Saturday morning when they could be doing other more interesting things. Shucks, I wanted to read the old chat. Well, actually, you did. You did. Sound is okay. That's great. I appreciate that. Why is it not coming up? There we go. I have some computer issues. You know how that is. Here, there. All right. Here. Working. Good morning, everyone. From Brian. Good morning. I had issues also getting to this morning's live. Maybe I'm a threat. I don't know. Weird. Milton is a good cat. Sometimes a rascal. Yes, he is. He definitely is. Let me move this over here. Okay, there we are. Good morning, quacks from Lizzie. Good morning. And we have some hellos. And we have some more hellos. That's great. And more hellos. You have new bike tires. Yes. And I'm going to talk about that in a little bit because it seems like every week we have another one of our great subscribers that reaches out to help Rick with his little issues. And again, the tires were definitely a surprise. As you know, I made a video where I did a walk and talk, which I usually don't do. I usually do the ride and talk. And my bicycle, it blew the tire. And thankfully, if you're not familiar with this channel, I'll show you who he is. But it's Tom that is, and there's several Toms here. You have Thomas and Tom and so on. But this is someone that's been a subscriber for a while. And I discovered his channel quite a while ago. He's another person who has recovered from strokes and numerous diseases. And if you are not familiar with the Frugal Prepper, you need to go on YouTube and look him up. You'll see, like all of us, he's been interviewed on several channels. And that's fantastic right there because he offered to help me fix my phone system, which I was able to assemble thanks to the excellent parts that he sent me. Although I haven't been able to configure it yet because I haven't had the time. I've been too busy. But out of nowhere, he decided to send me 2 new bicycle tires and an inner tube. And I didn't even know I had them because he had suggested it. But it was raining on Thursday night, and I didn't see any package out there. I looked outside. There was no package. But my friend that had the tree fall on his house, he came over, and he found the package when I was taking a shower. And he had knocked on the door, and I told him I was in the shower when I was able to talk to him. Well, he didn't tell me, he put the package inside my truck. So when I talked to him yesterday, he says, oh yeah, by the way, you had a package by the gate. I'm thinking, oh, well, that's what it was. So when I opened up the package, and it was in this bag, it had a box that said this. And they were the correct size and everything. So I went from riding on El Dumpo dry rotted tires, or as my dad used to call them, Maypops, to 2 brand new tires. And it was quite amazing because normally I can't put a lot of air in the bike tires because they will explode. But I was able to put the full 45 pounds, 50 pounds pressure. It was much easier to ride, and it was a much smoother ride. So I was actually very impressed. And although it doesn't take much to impress me because I'm used to scraping around in the bottom of the barrel, but that's okay. And anyway, yes, it was an awesome gift. Absolutely. And Paulo Rodriguez is here. Quack quack time. Yes, it is quack quack time from Rick, the original carnivore quack. Now, for those of you who would be new here, well, what are you waiting for? Let me move this over because Milton has been playing with my camera. There we go. I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that you have taken time. And I know that most of the really popular carnivore channels like the Dr. Berries and all the other channels, people line up. You have thousands of people going in there asking the same old questions over and over again. And then you have the smaller channels like mine, where you can get a more direct experience. You're not going to be lost in the crowd because there is no crowd and there will never be a crowd. So that's excellent. Now let's go back and hit. Okay. What did I just do? Oh, all right. I need to set up my own version of a stream deck. I had a macro pad here I was using when I was doing a lot of Zoom meetings for my work. And what I'll probably do, I mean, I could make a macro pad out of a keyboard, but I'm going to look around and see if I can find one that I can program. And then I'll go ahead and make it where I can switch the scenes. I also thought about building a macro pad with lighted keys so I would know which one was active by pushing the button, but not quite sure how that would work. But it's something else that we can try to come up with to make this work better. All right, so let's see. All right, let's go back to the list of comments. And Paulo says, hi everyone. Hi Rick, how are you doing? Well, I'm doing quite well. I hope so. And let's see. Hello, Quack Pack. Well, hello to Peter, the Papa Carnivore. And I hope you are enjoying your new career at Waterbed City. The tube seems to be messing with everyone that is not a premium member. I wonder if that's what it is. I don't know what's going on. I guess, you know, as one of the least important in this space, they may not, I don't know. It's just strange. It's a nuisance. What can you do? And Terry Sue's asking about the new job. And I haven't seen you in a while. I'm glad that you've returned. Good morning. There's a few people here that have not been back for a while, so I'm sure you know who they are. And I hope that eventually you will drop in. And hope you are okay after the riding fall. This happening to me as well, a little too much. Well, I went off-road to check out some of the Seminole pumpkins, which the whatever FPL contractor they use, they mowed the field and they sprayed it with a bunch of toxic herbicide, so it wiped out a lot of them. But somebody had dumped some kind of a filter, a big metal filter right there in the field. And it just so happened that in a 15-acre open space, I happened to hit the only thing that was out there. And I have no idea how that thing wasn't hit by the tractor. I guess it just kind of went over it. Probably a stump jumper bush hog. But man, that thing threw me off the bike. Now, the funny thing is, I didn't actually hit the ground. It threw me up in the air with the bike, and I held on to the bike, and I was able to drop down just like when I was a kid, jumping ramps and stuff like that, so I never hit the ground. But I did have to go back and pick up the phone, which was the camera. So, and it wasn't hurt either, because it was out there in the field. So I was not hurt. Let's put it that way. I didn't even get a scratch. I mean, you can see not a scratch from that little mishap. And I have all kinds of things there that happened to me. I've hit coconut trees. I've had branches fall on me. I've had coconuts fall on my head. But I'm okay. Other than a little pain, a little bruise maybe now and then, I'm fine. I hit that coconut tree. I had a little scrape here. You probably see in one of my earlier videos. But nothing serious. But I was riding the bike a bit faster because the new tires make it a lot easier to ride. And as Smoothie says, going to make that old bike more stealable. Yes, I'm sure the homeless people would try to steal the wheels off of it to get the new tires. But the way I ride, within a few weeks, the tires will no longer look new. And they will no longer be on the, I don't know what you call it, on the agenda to be stolen. All right. So Josephine C. says, howdy, found Rick. Yes, I have no idea what happened, why that cut me off, but hey, What can you do? Sometimes I get cut off and the stream won't stop. And other times it just cuts me off instantly. I have no idea. And Linux Mint running beautifully on my 15-year-old laptop. Well, there you go. You can enjoy the fact that it is no longer e-waste and it is able to run Linux. Linux Mint is a great choice, and I hope that it continues to run well. My laptop that I use for viewing videos in the living room has got to be at least 12 years old, so I know what you mean. And Peter says, please make sure to give Rick a like. And I appreciate that. And I hope that you are enjoying the time that you are spending trying to keep Mitch's chat clean. You did miss a couple of religious posts, but I'm sure you will become more and more adept at it. You may have been distracted at work, but that's okay. The new job is great. I'm learning a lot. Hopefully today will be a breakout sales day. Well, getting away from that dead zone called Macy's, I have a feeling, especially the way that you can talk, I think you'll do very well in sales. I'm pretty confident of that. Looked like a nasty fall in the video, but it was a camera. Lucky for you, Rick. The thing is that my reflexes are really quite surprising. I've avoided a lot of accidents, both when driving, riding, and even just working. I've had things break and come towards me, and I dash out of there. I've never been seriously injured, despite being in several potential disasters. I actually worked with a guy one time. He ended up being thrown like a trebuchet because he was trying to cut a ficus tree. And I warned him. I said, you need to realize, don't sit on the main trunk of the tree, because when you cut that large branch, the tree may go back into the hole. Let's get the bobcat and let's grab the tree with the bobcat. Oh, we don't need the bobcat. Okay, fine, whatever. You're the boss. And I watched as he cut through that branch, and it started to crack and crack, and he cut through it. He cut the one branch, and when he started cutting the other, that was the tipping point. The tree started to move slowly, and then it went whoop, and it threw him into the air, and he landed on the ground. It went boom, boom. Well, somebody had to go to the hospital, and all because he wouldn't listen to Rick. Oh well, too bad. Everyone's in a hurry. They want to get the job done quickly, but when you spend a few days in the hospital and a few weeks at home rehabilitating, it's not so good. But then again, it can be good if you're working for somebody else and you get like a workman's comp or something like that. That actually could be good. But I would rather just get the job done and get paid than have to suffer for sometimes months trying to recover, if you ever could. All right, so let's see. And Main Runner is here, stopping in to say hi and give you a like while waiting for the shuttle bus for my race this morning. Awesome. So you're going for a run? That's great. Good luck, Tonneray. There you are. Thanks. I'll need it. All right. Okay. So anyway, let's talk about the man of the week. Now, we've had several really good subscribers, all starting with somebody you may or may not know. JT, Poco Moonshine Family, was the first person ever to send me anything from YouTube. Sent me his old GoPro camera, some accessories, sent me a couple of other things, and absolutely a little duck, which I don't know where it is, but it was here somewhere. So he was the first. And the second one to send me anything was, let's see, where'd that go? Oh, well. But anyway, the second person to send me anything is Russ Mitchell, which you probably know about. Russ is the funny man who likes to sing and also does his Reverend bit, which is quite funny, IV low carbon. So he was number 2, took me to the Brazilian steakhouse down the street, and sent me delicious meats in the mail. And number 3 was Kurt Meathead. You remember him? He sent me some really delicious meats. He also sent me the webcam that I'm using right now, as well as some tools that I've used, including air ratchet and some sockets, which I use constantly. In fact, I was taking the parts off the engine with that, so that was another great supporter and subscriber and a regular. And then the next one after that, well, you had Gary No Slow that sent me some delicious meats and bacon and eggs and all kinds of goodies to keep Rick powered up and going. Then we had the whole fake carry thing that was going on, where we had called himself Beefy 707, who was a thing on my channel for a while but hasn't been around. But he also sent me delicious meats, including a package of fake meat, which has been in the refrigerator ever since. I've been afraid to touch it because I thought it might be radioactive, but I think one day I'll do a taste test and see if it really is something that is edible. And of course, that all kind of ended with the Carrie phone call with Rick. And then after that, who else do we have? Well, we have a couple of more. And another one is John Beatty Art, which you've probably seen in the chat, who has also sent me delicious meats and bacon and just a lot of really tasty things. In fact, this is some of the bacon that he sent me, which I'm still enjoying. So who's the man of the week this week? It's Tom, Frugal Preppers Garage and Garden. So let's pop this up like I always do. Let's see, why is this not working? All right, this is my old one. This was the old chat, and I have no idea why it, see, streamed live 27 minutes ago. It failed somehow. So let me go over here and, all right. Okay. Oh, boy. Let's see. Okay. Here we are. Find it eventually. Huh. There it is. Why is this coming up? There we are. Okay. So let's see. You can see he actually made a video about the parts that he sent me for the phone system. And once I get it configured, I'll show you what it looks like. I will then again be able to dial out on the rotary phone. So again, this is, and you can also go through here if you're not really, you can see here he has his story. I was fat, sick, and slowly dying. Then I stopped putting crap in my mouth. So if you like reality YouTubers, you might want to check out his channel. Because I know that there's a lot of people in the carnivore space now, but a lot of them, they're these, you know, college students, and you have people that they've cured this or that, and they're all selling some kind of product or service or group or whatever, but he's another one of the real ones. He even made a video about me, how much he liked my channel. So that's good. And you can see a lot of car stuff. This does look quite familiar. None of these videos are edited to be, I don't know, fabulous. I like this kind of YouTuber because it's all real. And every one of my YouTube supporters, they tend to be the real people. They're not the ones with the flashy channel and the meetups and all the other silliness that's out there. So, but that's what I wanted to show you, so you get an idea. One of the great things about the carnivore community, there's a lot of different types of carnivores, so that's really good. I'll give a very quick summary, all right, on how the race went. And Gary says, Rick, please do more videos in 1080 HDR, or 4K if you can. You did one a few weeks ago, and the picture really popped on my living room TV. I'll have to see, because I've been using a combination of iPhone 6 and this iPhone 12 or whatever that a friend of mine gave me, which I don't know where I put it. And the problem is that the newer phone, which has a better resolution, tends to overheat and cut off. I found that using the chest mount helps, I guess because it gets more air circulation. But when I put it next to my body, it gets way too hot, and it'll cut off in 15 to 20 minutes. Okay. I thought they stopped posting. It's possible. All right, let's see. I have an old laptop interested, maybe adding Linux to it and bring it back to life. I think it has Windows 7 on it now. Well, as recommended, try the Linux Mint. Some people like Ubuntu, but Linux Mint seems to be the popular one. There's several versions, several Linux distributions that you can try. If you're new to Linux, Linux Mint or Ubuntu is probably your best choice. But as time goes on, you may be able to adapt to other versions of Linux, such as Fedora, which is the open source version of Red Hat. There's a lot of different Linuxes out there. Debian is based on a lot of them. They're based on that. Yeah, maybe try a taste test of fake meat versus real meat. That is a possibility. And Jerry Oakwish is here, another Floridian, Punta Verde Beach, Florida. And Peter says hello, and they say hello to each other. I'm working my first late shift, 12 to 9. Well, there you go. Should be interesting. Let's see how many people go in there to buy some furniture, mattresses, or whatever else they buy. Delicious bacon. On Mitch's channel, you get morning coffee. On Rick's channel, you get ice water. And Peter says he's been watching Tom the Frugal Prepper for almost 2 years. Tom is a great guy and is very smart. Yes. Yes, he is. And again, those are the kind of people we get on my channel. I think everyone here is above average when it comes to intelligence and perception. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. Because you're not here to win funny prizes or to watch some pretty gal or whatever else they do on the internet. All right. If you publish as a YouTube short from a vertical video, it's simpler and faster in my experience. Well, that's good to know. That's good to know. And we're talking about the man himself. Hey, Rick, I am fixing a Nissan, but listening in the background to your live stream. I didn't even know that a Nissan could be fixed. I mean, the last time they were any good, I think, is when they were called Datsun. But, hey, might as well work on something obsolete. I'm glad to have you here. And again, if you're not familiar with this channel, check it out. Because I know a lot of people, they're going on YouTube now to get that TikTok experience where they come in fast and flashy and you have the text that flashes in your face. And I hate to say it, when I see videos like that, I generally turn them off. I get tired of this. You have the text coming at you and different colors, and then they change scenes all the time. I mean, I change scenes from time to time, as you can see. But I'm not trying to impress anybody. There's no virtual background here going around. Everything here is pretty basic. What do you find here? You find duck, Dodge Charger, encyclopedias, and a couch that was picked out of a clean out decades ago. Anyway, let's see. What is this? Oh, phone cord. Now, my phone is not functioning, and that you can blame on Mr. Milton. Also, since Tom sent me the hardware to get my phone system working again, I was going to install my new phone patch, but Milton decided that the cord going to the phone patch was a chew toy. So he chewed through it and broke the wire. So now I can't have a call in. But don't worry, it'll be working next week, I hope. All right, let's see here. What's the last time you used GPS to get around? I hate to say it, never. I don't use GPS. Ever. Okay. And Tom is describing, holy crap, think this is a piece of crap. I wish I would have turned it down. Job for 1.5 hours on 4 hours in. Right. See? So you thought it would take an hour and a half, and you're struggling with this piece of junk for 4 hours. And I have to admit, my friend's Yukon Denali is still sitting out there because the weather has rained every single day. I was going to work on it yesterday, but I couldn't. There's too much going on. Hopefully today, this live stream won't run too long. I'm going to go out there. Now, I did get my nitrogen tank. Here, I found the nitrogen tank, and my friend had one of these regulators. He took off his MIG welder. I had to put O-rings in it because it wasn't working. But now, as you can see, it gets the full pressure and it holds it. So it's no longer leaking. And if I open the valve, I can dispense nitrogen. Even the flow meter is working. So I fixed all that. I just have to go over there and put it in. Also, my air compressor, which had failed, it was the lock switch, which I was able to fix. I got another one, and it came from the trash at the school. So it was exactly what I needed to fix my compressor control. So now I can turn the compressor on. It's fantastic. So things are going good. Of course, the handle broke off of my one torch. I got to find the other torch, but this oxyacetylene torch that I was cutting up scrap with, and it did break off the little handle. But this Victor style torch is an El Cheapo. I have a better one. But this is, I forget the style this torch is, but I got to find the torch head for it. This is a much better cutting torch. So I just have to keep looking. I'll find it eventually. You have to admit, compared to the average carnivore channel, this is definitely an oddball because you might learn how to weld, you might learn about electronics, you might learn about gardening. There's always something different here. That's one of the reasons why I like some of the other channels, like Tom's channel. I don't have to listen to, oh, I cured this and I cured that and buy my program and buy my this and that and blah, 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 blah. No. I don't want to listen to that. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with selling a program. You can do that. But if you're going to do marketing, I mean, come on. Don't be so obvious about it. You're going to put yourself out of business. You have to be a little more tactful. If you want to sell products, I think in today's world, people just don't want to be told what to do. All right. Okay, how much protein do you eat per day? Honestly, I don't know. For many years, I ate between 4 to 6 pounds of meat per day, but due to inflation, I've had to cut back. I think I was eating at least 1 pound of beef per day. Now, I think this week I had 2 pounds in the entire week. I've had to increase the amount of pork and chicken, and if beef becomes really scarce, I'm going to have to increase my consumption of Muscovy duck. So I'll have to sit down one day and make macros showing how much protein I eat. But I do eat eggs and meat, so we'll see. And Supertune is here. Hello, glad you dropped in. Come into the pit stop and see what happens. And Carnivore Coach Eden's Juliet is here. Hi, glad to see you. I see that you're out there in the carnivore community doing the interviews, getting on channels. That's how you get yourself noticed. And of course, Mitch has been talking about you a lot, so that's really good. And Jerry Vokwish, so cool of Tom to send you new tires. Subscribe. Well, there you go. You got another subscriber. That's great. But I'm just amazed. It really is amazing to me that there are so many good people here. And that's one of the main reasons why I continue to make YouTube videos. It's not for YouTube money. You know what? I turned off all the ads because it just seemed like an annoyance to make a couple of bucks a month. It wasn't worth it to you. It's not worth it to me either. So, and let's see. I got up at 4:30 a.m. to join some. Wow. Well, you got that time difference. Yeah, that's right. But what can you do? You might have to get back to sleep. I've always heard from people who own Nissan cars and SUVs that they are not made very well and tend to break a lot. Yes, they do. Saturday morning mechanics class. That's right. Amy Parent, Exercise Live. I missed a lot. A few people being there. Okay. I haven't seen that. At Hondas and Toyotas, they're very well built and don't break down. Well, that's good. I've had Chrysler products and Ford products. That's all I've had. I've never had a, foreign car. I don't like foreign cars, although Toyotas are not really a foreign car anymore. They're assembled in the U.S., so they're part domestic. They're probably more domestic than something like a Ford. Ford Fiesta, that was overseas, or Chevrolet Geo, or whatever that piece of garbage was, a little Korean crap. Anyway, and take care, Juliet. Yes. Get some rest if you need it. I have 2 early 2000 Volvos. By coincidence, they age well, though body does not look outdated. Oh, that's good. Listening while sleeping. Well, there you go. Hello, good of iguanas. Rick has been forced to cut back on protein. Yes, that is true. And Terry Sue says, remember Nia from Nia's Way. She's back. I watched her video yesterday. She's back to keto rather than carnivore. And her hair is blonde now. She is so cute. Not only do I remember Nia from Nia's Way, I was a regular when she used to have her carnivore discussion, what she called Carnivore Mastermind. For some reason, and I don't know why, she would put a quack like me on there to bring down her live stream. But I really enjoyed, and I know she's taken some criticism because she's not carnivore anymore and she's trying to make money or whatever. But what I liked about her channel, and I think she's going to continue with this, is it is not just diet, it's lifestyle. She tried the pure carnivore diet. It didn't work for her. It's like I tell everybody, if something doesn't work for you, try something else. And I think she's finding a much better balance, keeping the stress down, little meditation, diet. And I think it's great. And I really do like the fact that she's coming back to YouTube. And I hope that she'll be able to find the balance that she's looking for, because I think deep down she's a good person. And again, anyone that would invite somebody like me to their live stream is definitely a good person, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. Because the thing is that people that are not good people don't like being around me. I seem to scare off the scammers and the people that are not that sincere. They don't hang around me. They leave. But I notice that I attract the people that are trustworthy and real, even if they may be a little rough around the edges or look a little scary. I do tend to bring in the best people, and I see them right here. I can see right now. I'm looking, let me check my live stream right now, and I have 47 of the finest people you could imagine on YouTube watching me. And that's really good. So that's it. Okay, let's hit this at tarot. And yes, thumbs up, absolutely. Now, we have a question that Mitch would be very upset about. Do you believe in a rapture, Rick? What some Christians says so. Well, when you say that, it does say in the scriptures that some people would be taken before the end. So, yes, I mean, it seems to be a possibility. Will I be alive to see it? I don't know. But I do believe it exists, of course. Okay. She's cute, but some of her tattoos on her arms look more like red bruises. Yes, and you're talking about Nia. I don't know what it is with tattoos. I'm one of those people that doesn't like them, but some people do like them. And I'll never understand. Why would you put yourself through all that pain for something that makes you look like let's say you had a classic car. Let's say you had a restored 69 Charger, and then you graffitied all over it. Well, that would detract from its appearance. But, again, some people like it. And I guess it all depends on how much of that stuff would be considered to be too much. Because in my case, I'll never get any of those things. It's just something that when you get older, people can laugh at you. Oh. But when you're younger, I think a lot of times people think differently. And also, depending on who they associate with. If you associate with people that like tattoos, then you'll probably get some yourself. And that's the way it is. There's several people in the carnivore community that are prominent that have lots of them. And again, I'm not going to judge somebody good or bad based on what they do to their skin, but it's just, what do people think? When you go to hire somebody, a lot of times they'll look down on somebody that has tattoos. So if you're going to get those, it might be a good idea to do them. Don't do your face, because that never makes you look better. And if you get them on your body, get them in places that you can cover up with clothing, and then it's not an issue. The only one that's going to see it is someone that's around when you have less clothing. Usually your husband or wife or whatever you're with, and that's fine. But again, yeah. But yeah, a lot of people think she's cute, and that's good too. I think when somebody is cute, they're more likely to get attention. And that's a good thing. It can be a bad thing, but I think it's a good thing in general. Not too many people want to listen to somebody who's extremely unattractive. If you look like a troll that came from under the bridge, you're probably not going to be an influencer. So, and I think for most people, it is in your best interest to maintain some type of health and shape. So as you get older, you can stand out from the average. But anyway, that's my view. Okay. YouTube Bunny. Yeah, that is funny. If I ever see a blue Weber's red checkered shirt at the store, I'll send it to you. I'm not sure. Is that like the barbecue Weber? It's Thomas's birthday. Well, there you go. I'm sure he'll have a special live. And if you're here, Thomas, and you're going to have a live, let me know so I can end mine so that everybody can go to your live, because I don't want to be interfering. What I'm going to do, I'm taking my cues from Mitch. Mitch limits his to about an hour and a half. I'm going to make an hour and a half like a baseline. Anything beyond that is extra. So if you have a live or you have an event that you want to do, what is that noise? Milton, is that you? Oh, well. Anyway, Milton. Oh, yeah. Notice, that looks like a black cat, doesn't it? Okay. Anyway. And Jeff Strezlik is here. Good morning, carnivores and quackers from Goose Creek, South Carolina. Well, good morning from Miami, Florida, the septic tank of Florida. And let's see. I have a 1973 240Z. Good old Datsun. Those things are collectible. They were not that bad of a car, for sure. And Lamb says morning quackers. And Rick says morning as well. All right, let's see. One of my cousins has a couple of restored cars like that. But he got so fat, it didn't look right. He had a stroke finally and has lost weight. But I do not see him now. And that's the thing. Why wait until you have a stroke or a heart attack? Why not get in shape now? Well, it's easier. The sicker you get, the harder it is to come back. So it's a good idea to get ahead of the curve, you know? Real blonde hair is so much better than the yellow spray paint with dark roots look you see so often. Yes, it is. And I can tell you for a fact, the only natural blonde I've ever met is my friend that's in Minnesota. And yeah, it does look good. I tell him every time, blondes are awesome. Blondes are my favorite. So yes, although he tends to like dark haired. So, you know, he says that blondes are unattractive, but that's fine. You're an onion, Rick. Lots of layers. Yes. Let me see if I can fix this. Oh, I hate when it does that. It's so hard to get this back into focus. All right, we'll go back here. All right, and nope, still screwy. Oh well, let's try this again. All right. Nope. This camera hates me. I don't know why. Oh well. Maybe I'm just so ugly that the thing doesn't want people to see me too clearly, because then they'll go, wow, I don't want to look like this guy at 57. Although I've yet to see anybody who's 57 who looks better than me. Yes, I'm being a little conceited, but I'm just saying, All the other 57-year-olds I know are pretty ugly. In fact, I know 40-somethings that are really ugly. One of the guys I work with, I don't know. I've seen him without a shirt. It's absolutely horrible. Those stupid skin tags are all over the place. It's just really bad. I can't imagine how his wife would even get within 10 foot of this guy, but oh well. He does work hard, but I remember when he looked pretty good, but now it's like, hey, Milton, come here. Come on, Milton. Here comes the Milton. Go get it. Here comes the pussy. Come on. Go get it. There's my Milton. Oh, the cutie. Look at this stuff, Milton. Oh, my goodness. Look at sweetheart. There we go. Say hello. Hey, Milton. Pussy, 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 pussy. What's that smell? Did you get gas, Milton? Look at that. Oh, it's cute. He's a good kitty. Something doesn't smell right. Have you been in the garbage can? There's nothing in there except cockroaches and paper. No. Don't drink my water. No, Milton. No. You're a bad Milton. I gave you water. Ugh. All right. I watched Nia's video. It was really great. I think she is very smart. She's decided to add some whole foods into her meat-based diet. So more keto or carnivore now, which is fine. Yes, she is intelligent. And again, anyone that would invite me onto their channel has to be intelligent. Awesome. No. Okay. I hear blonde with lemon juice and sun to have more natural look. Well, if you got dark hair, enjoy it. Why would you want to be blonde? I don't get it. And Lewis is here. Hello, Mr. Cat Parent, And I see Milton has decided to sit behind the computer. Hopefully he will not touch the audio cables again. Milton has just run to the kitchen. All right. And we have yes. Okay. It increases cancer tattoos. It can. There are some studies that say that it increases the likelihood of skin cancer, but there's other studies that say it doesn't. So hard to say. Cleopatra used the lemon and sun method. Okay. Interesting. Aaron's here. Hello, everyone. My keyboard's giving me crap every time I try to type. I know what you mean. Yep. What? What do you want, Milton? Did you eat all that food already? Oh, boy. Milton's acting funny. I don't like tattoos very much. I like my scars better. They are earned. Okay. I owned a 2001 Volvo S80 T6. It was a beautiful car. Navy blue with an ivory interior. Ivory leather interior. Was great, except it had lots of weird electrical issues and radiator leaked. Yeah, typical. And it does work. Even just pure makes my hair more blonde. Okay. I look like a thrift store painting. Yeah. My two are S60s. Oh. Hey, Aaron's stupid keyboard. Yep. We watch a lot of MMA and boxing. If you see a fighter without a tat, it's rare these days. Yes, that's true. Same with nose bolts. I thought you put the bolts in the side of your head like Frankenstein. Not full sleeves, but close. Yep. I call them lesbian rings. Yes, it fits pretty well. Volvo S60 is a really nice car. I almost bought one a while back. I got 4 tattoos. It didn't hurt to me. I have it on my arms only. I like it, but I didn't want to become a walking painting. Yes. I agree. Mm. I hate needles, so I never got any tattoos, but I do think that some tattoos on women is very hot. Okay. Okay. I'm the drywall expert who shows up in a dark blue Volvo S60 with white interior. Go figure. Well, there you go. Some lives are on 24/7. Well, that's scary. Art Power, there we are. My first car was a 72 Datsun pickup with a crappy clutch. What was that, a B210 or something? Now at age 68, I am still a two-footed driver. Yes. I know what you mean. White interior by plan or just what it came with? Everyone wants a blonde look? Well, I don't. I tell everybody if I want a blonde, I'll just date one. Let's put your friend's photos to the test, shall we? I like brunettes, but I married a blonde. Well, there you go. Let's see him tell an attractive blonde that's not into him to take a hike. I was talking about that shirt you are wearing, your thumbnail picture. It's like the one you have on except blue. Well, I got good news for you. This shirt is just as old. They were bought at the same time on sale because these were the ones that nobody wanted. I always tended to wear the clothes that were out of style. This shirt is at least 25 years old. I've had some clothes that if I don't wear them much, they don't wear out. And this one was never really worn to work or anything. All the shirts I wore from work have been destroyed. I actually had a couple of shirts from college that still fit. And it really is amazing because nobody else I know can wear the same clothes that they wore in their 20s. I seem to be the exception to the rule. And Polish Mike is here. Good morning. And again, another one of our elite subscribers. I don't see him on any of the other channels except mine, so that's really good. No nonsense carnivore who doesn't waste their time with the silliness, just gets right down to business and gets the job done. I like that. What it came with, 2 Volvos I have were available through 2 different auto mechanics. Okay. 18 months older than me. Yeah, and he looks so old, and he's only 41. See what I mean? And you don't look anything like your 40s. Anything. So, you're doing quite well. And you have a lot of kids, and you have a lot of work to do, and yet you're still looking young and healthy. And that's great. That's what we want to see here. There's no reason to look bad in your 40s. It really bothers me. And then they're swigging on Gatorade all the time. They're eating garage, gas station food or whatever. They look terrible. I'm thinking to myself, what's a good thing you're married because I can't imagine anybody wanting to be with you. No. And that's a shame because it doesn't have to be that way. Even if you're not the prettiest person in the world, if your face is ugly, if you keep your body in shape and you're healthy, you're still attractive to somebody. That's an important thing. Even if you're overweight, being overweight is not the end of the world, but you got to be healthy. You got to be healthy to the best of your ability. If you can't invest in your own body, then really, what can you invest in? Seriously. White is better than black for a drywaller. Well, there you go. I hate drywall myself. Whenever I do walls, I use plaster. I use no drywall. I'll never have that crap in any of the buildings that I'm in. Ever. Rick Wing Duck and Milton Mouse Slayer. Well, there you go. And Milton was here, but he just seems to have run off again. So he's probably over there in the bedroom. He'll be there asleep like he was yesterday. I came in the house. I thought he was dead. He was upside down with his mouth open. I thought, did Milton just die? And I saw he was breathing. And all of a sudden he went, burp, and then looked at me and meow. Okay. You're fine. I was thinking, I wouldn't want to lose my Milton. He's a cutie. Milton is the main reason, I think, why people even watch my channel. They come here and never know when he's going to pop up and do his thing. All right. Yes, Milton, the awesome kitty. Fruit in summer is okay if you're metabolically healthy. Yes, it is. And active. Yes, that is right. Nia also talked about how YouTube can take up your entire day. And now she wants that time to homeschool her daughter. See, that's good too. YouTube can be all-consuming for sure. People get fat from watching too much. When I have YouTube on, I'm usually doing something else. My living room looks like a garage because it is a garage. Sometimes I'm outside with the laptop listening to Mitch or somebody else on YouTube while I'm doing other things. I'm always working. I'm always on the move. This is one of the few times that I actually sit down. Anyway, let me see if I can reset this crazy thing. Hold on a second. I'm going to change this to this one. Okay. And then I'm going to change this back. That'll fix it. Until I can come up with a better way to do this, this has to work. All right, but again, I'm not pretty and I'm not handsome. I'm just Rick. And not bad for a 57-year-old. All right, all black cats look alike. Years ago, a girlfriend and we're on a walk and thought we found her missing cat. All was fine until she put it down on the floor in the apartment, then it bolted. Yeah, right? Well, Milton has some unique white spots. I could spot him a block away from any other cat. I know exactly what the difference is. And my first black cat was different than him. The white spot was down here. Milton's are on top. All black cats have white spots, and if you know where they are, you can always find him. I stay away from the British cars and motorcycle due to Luke S, Lucas, electric Prince of Drakeness. Prince of Drakeness. Oh, a male duck, huh? That's cool. All right, so let's see. This is coming out pretty good. Nia did gain some weight, but I think she looks better, healthier. Yes, she does look better. I like that Milton talks back to you. Wish we spoke cat. Oh, yeah. They said starch and sugar combined with oils. Yes. I have a tat. It is a Lynx penguin holding a gun, and it says 2600 across his chest. That's funny. An Atari 2600 fan gets a pass. Well, there you go. Yeah, back in the 60s, originally CC singers, all I were tattoos. But his just looked very randomly placed, like he did them himself. Well, there you go. 70s. Okay, yeah. Probably a Kmart shirt. Actually, it was. It was from Kmart, so you were correct. Kmart used to be our choice for shopping. Now, of course, the only Kmart they have is like 1/5 of what the original Kmart was. It's what I call KINO, Kmart in name only. I'm surprised it's even open. Hello, everyone. Oh, Cindy's here. Rick, waiting on your pick for Friday live stream. I got to do some pictures. Alia wants me to get pictures so that they can put my face on the banner for Hack Your Health, which, by the way, is the very first time that anyone has ever asked to put my likeness in any of their banners or promotions. You'll notice that none of the other carnivore channels want me anywhere near any of their marketing, because I think that I'm the one person that scares people away. So I'm not sure. Hello, Cindy. Yes, black seed oil is a useful plant product. There you go. You can also get oil from Melaleuca trees, which are toxic, but it can help some skin conditions. And Terry Sue says, good morning. We got good morning from Cindy over there. And been using black seed oil for about a year. Oh, there you go. And Peter says, I went to Winn-Dixie Supermarket and bought a rack of pork spare ribs on sale for $1.99 a pound and a pack of 4 ribeyes for $7.99 a pound. Yes. $8 off coupons, so I saved a total of a lot of dollars. Well, there you go. And yes, there are, where did I put those? Right here. As Peter says, if you're in the South Florida area, where's Winn-Dixie? Here it is. Winn-Dixie. Weekend sale. Here it is. $7.99 for ribeyes, $1.99 for ribs, and there we go. So you are correct. I used to be able to get that stuff for $3.99, but with the price of beef nowadays, it's not happening. All right, let's see. What have you noticed? Heard good things. Haven't noticed anything. My cancer is in remission, so I'm not going to stop using it. Not sure if it is part of it or not. Well, if it's not getting any worse, that's fine. Is Milton okay on a heart attack diet? Well, he's eating fatty meat, so I guess he is, but it doesn't seem to be working. That's awesome, Peter. Stop hating on drywall. You have mold because your roof leaks. I hate on drywall because the paper used in drywall I'm allergic to, and it aggravates my sinuses to no end. These new buildings, especially when they're painted, I don't like paint. It's another thing. I will not paint anything inside my house except for steel because it has to be painted, but I don't like paint. So generally, if you look at the walls of my house, they're covered with plaster and there is no paint. And that really helps. So, but I hate drywall. Besides, it looks like crap. Drywall is ugly. It's just, and you tap on it, it's like knock, knock, knock. The part of the house that I built, I use concrete block for the walls, and I cover them with stucco, and then I make my own coating, which is the Rick version of paint, which, as you know, I like using stuff that I create myself, which is basically a silicone-based coating, which looks like paint, but it really isn't. And you can even pressure clean it indoors. So if your house gets flooded in a hurricane, you can use a pressure cleaner on it. You can pour water on it. It won't go bad. You put drywall in your house and your house gets flooded, you're going to have to rip it all out and go through all that work again. So no thanks. You can keep your drywall. Besides, the only good thing about drywall is you can put your fist through it. That's one of the great things. I had a friend of mine get mad and try to punch one of my walls. He ended up going to the hospital because he didn't realize you can't put your fist through concrete block. In fact, you can't even put your fist through lath and plaster, because I have one wall here that has plumbing in it. It was originally the plaster board. I redid it. I used lath and plaster, which is the expanded metal mesh, and I put about inch and a half of plaster. It's like a concrete block. You hit that, you're going to break your hand. But now, I've hit the wall a few times. I didn't break my hand, but it hurt like crazy. My bones seem to be stronger than the average person, despite the fact I eat the carnivore diet. That's great news, yes. That is more clear. Yes, once I reset it, it's fine. Yeah, cats eat lean. They don't like fat. Milton will not eat the fat, but when it's mixed with the meat, he will eat it. But separate fat, he will not eat. So I would say fruit is okay from your own garden or someone you know and trust. Otherwise, it's definitely more dental. Yeah, exactly. If fruit and vegetables grown on site is not the end of the world. And the thing is, you can never grow enough fruit in your own yard to become addicted to it and to ruin your health. Fruit is seasonal. Even if you eat high sugar fruit like mangoes, it's only going to be there for a couple of weeks. And then after that, there's no mangoes. But if you're buying this stuff from the store, you're getting a steady dose of sugar, and you're going to add fat. You're going to ruin your body. Remember, if you can give it time to reset, even if you eat the sugary fruits, it's not going to hurt you. And I know a lot of people that have lived a long time, and they eat fruit seasonally, no problem. Yeah, Milton is your channel king. Yes, he is. He adds cuteness to my channel because obviously it's not coming from me. When people say, oh, how cute, that's because the little black menace is here causing trouble. My freezer is packed full of meat. I can't fit anything else in there now. I have to eat a bunch of it so I can clear out. Well, that's a nice problem to have. I haven't had that problem in a very long time. Recently had a small bowl, chopped fruit, and grapes in a restaurant because I didn't want the salad. It was like eating candy. Yeah, when you're not used to it. Yeah, it's a good problem to have. I agree. Jay Bud, I'm glad you're here. I'm so glad to hear your cancer is in remission. Yes. My cat devours raw pork belly. Yeah, my cat loves pork too. Probably because as a poor man, it's the most common meat that I have. Had a 74 mgb. Never had troubles. They were small, but I guess they were pretty good at one time. My cat loves raw ribeye as an appetizer. Yes. And CV Carmack is here. Now, I have to admit, I haven't seen your interview you had with Juliet. I've been so busy. I do need to watch that. But if you haven't seen it, he did do an interview, and Mitch was talking about it. So that's excellent. Even drove it in the winter. Well, that's great. It's been a journey. Okay. Yep. I got a big Ford shoulder, bought for 69 cents a pound, taking up a lot of space. I bought a bunch of those. I've eaten all of them. I like the pork shoulder because it's the fattiest part. The pork chunks are a little bit too lean for my taste. I always found that pork is, better when it's fatty. Lean pork to me is not great. It doesn't even agree with my digestion. I eat too much lean pork, I'll get diarrhea. But fatty pork, I can eat all I want, it's fine. Was too good of a deal to pass up. He quit eating raw ground beef. Now his attitude, okay. Quack attack factor Rick, yes. Cat with an expensive taste. Oh yeah, the ribeye, he got spoiled. He don't want the ground beef anymore. I'm sure carnivore has helped your overall health. Yeah. Ribeyes are 20 bucks a pound, and you guys are getting them for $7. Yeah, I don't know. My mom's cancer went back after she added maize, corn, grits, rice. Oh, man. Why would anybody eat that cheap crap anyway? You're a human, not a duck. That's terrible. Well, maybe she'll realize that that stuff is killing her, and she'll go back to the meat and do much better. So glad you're in remission. I pray it never comes back. I am in LA. She did keto carnivore for 3 years, and her bleeding stops until she cheated now. I mean, for what? To eat duck food? What would you rather have? Delicious steak or duck food? Seems easy to me, but hey, I never liked duck food. Thanks, Lisa. Drywall is dusted paper. Yeah, it's basically just, what is it? Gypsum, which is calcium sulfate, and paper. Just the same kind of paper they use for grocery bags. It's total crap. The fact that anybody would use a crappy material like drywall is pretty sad. I don't know. I won't use it. Absolutely not. Wood and stone all the way. I agree with that. I'll probably, when I build my new home, if I ever do, I may put wood paneling in the living room. Not this fake stuff like I got here, but I'll get some good pine or cypress and run it through a bandsaw, put some bead edges on it like they used to in the old days, and that'll be that. Yeah, $4.99 a pound. That was 6 or 8 months ago. That's right. The lowest I found was $79 a pound, a lot less than I'm hearing from people who don't live in Florida. Yeah, silicone dye. It's actually, there used to be a product called Venetian plaster. It's basically the same concept. Yeah, it's made of rock, sediment, and paper. That's right. I don't know. What a cheap, tacky material. It's sad. It's sad. They use it for everything. Mushroom is believed to be anti-cancer. Bunch of turkey tail tincture I made for myself in the backyard. Interesting. We stopped ribeyes because my husband ends up with diarrhea every time we eat them. Too much fat. Okay. Sounds more like a silent protest. You raise mushrooms. I grabbed a few durians from the Vienna. Oh, yeah. King of fruits. You can be like Durian Rider, that goofy guy that eats sugar all the time and thinks he's so skinny. Actually, he is skinny, but he's a durian rider. I'm the iguana rider. Totally different. I think I actually look younger than he does. That's the funny thing. Tigers will go after them. Okay. Tigers will go after what? Let's see. Tigers will go after durian? Really? I had a friend that had a durian tree. I need to go down there and see if it's still there. I can eat a very high amount of fat. Not only it doesn't bother me, I don't get high fat, I get hard stools. Yeah, well, that's it. Some people are adapted to it. Dozen stools have become so loose for a while now. Maybe I need to cut down on the fat. Okay, we're talking poop now. They grow on dead or dying trees, just naturally growing. They decompose them. Yes. All right. Male lion will beat a male tiger. The tigers are actually cowards. The lion's main duty is fighting. Well, that's because lions live in groups and tigers are independent. So they're like house cats. That's where they say fraidy cat. If you want to see what a tiger is like, just look at a house cat. But I hate to say it, house cats are not always afraid. Milton a couple times got mad and attacked me, so they can be vicious. But cats generally hunt by stealth. If you face them, they'll run away. But if you don't see them coming, they'll get you every time. Going to the market, be back soon. Well, I'm glad that you are getting something at the market. Lean pork is like eating, yeah, chicken breast, cardboard, exactly. Too much fat is an issue for me, too. Had short ribs, ribeye back-to-back days, and I'm feeling the effects last night and this morning. I brought a trucker-style hat that's gold color with an embroidered patch picture of a lion. It's my carnivore hat. Okay. It was $9. Interesting. I never wear hats. I can eat lots of fat, but not him. Took all his fat and made yummy bonbons. Okay. Do I have to eat duck food if there's no more meat? That's a good question. That's a video I want to make because what happens if we run out of meat? What kind of food can we survive on? Might be an experiment we need to do, especially the way the central bankers are destroying our economy and turning productive farms into useless apartments and subdivisions. That's what happened here in Florida. We used to be a very good producer of quality meats and dairy, and now we have nothing. Nothing but crap. You ever heard of CAFO or concentrated agricultural feeding operations or animal feeding operations? Well, we have CHFO, concentrated human feeding operations. You stuff them in these crappy apartments or in different rooms in your house and load them up with cheap duck food. I love short ribs, nice and fatty, but they're like $9 or $10. Okay. Does the hat patch have a word on it next to the lion? All right. Yeah, the lion has to fight in the open. And the tiger likes to ambush. Yeah, of course, their ecosystems affect the jungle versus the open prairie. That's correct. Yes, it says king. Okay. Hopefully it's not the Booger King like the restaurant. The tiger is solitary. Just like a house cat. Same thing. But they can be vicious when they want to. Perfect hat for you, Peter. There we go. Lion picture with the words in capital letters king. King of the jungle, I guess. The lion has his concubine, so he's tailor-made for the way of the warrior. Well, there you go. The tiger is in the jungle. The lion is a king of beasts. Well, actually, I hate to say it, but I think the vulture is probably the king of beasts because lions, they have to fight for their food, but vultures, they just circle around and they wait for their food to be available. If somebody tries to go after them, they take off. They can go up in the air. Nobody bothers them. They'll fight with each other, but who's going to mess with an ugly, large bird like that? Nobody. So I don't think a lion could even catch a vulture if it tried to. So you got two different carnivores. You got the lion and you got the vulture. And I know a lot of people, they say that they're the lion. I think I'm more like the vulture myself. Hey, I even eat roadkill. So might as well be a vulture. Let's see. Tiger needs to negotiate down feeling. Yeah, jungle with all its hazards. That's right. Same thing with the panthers or cougars. The smaller jaguar has the most powerful jaws, so it can take the kills up into the trees. Well, there you go. That's right. Almost like northern people and how winter affects them versus the fruit always on the vine people. That is true. That is very true. The duck food eaters always have food to eat, but they're not quite as resilient. Like the predator, and they know to go for jugular. That's right. Chances are if we run out of meat, we'll also run out of everything else too. We will all be fishing or chasing iguanas. Or, I guess the other option is Soylent Green. You can make a Soylent Green machine, and then you can solve the overpopulation problem at the same time that you don't starve. So while they're building more and more apartment buildings, you just have your Soylent Green machine ready, and next thing you know, it's like, well, that's where do you get all this ground beef from? Well, it's not from a cow. It's a two-legged cow. King of the jungle is a silverback gorilla. Well, there you go. The animal that eats its own poop. Sounds appetizing. Interesting, makes sense. Female lion is the one that forages for food, I thought. I've watched Lion King. Well, there you go. Uh-huh. Oh, excuse me. Terry. Caught those goals, all right. Ever watched the Jungle Book? Jungle Book. Yes, that was a Disney cartoon. I remember that. Female collaborate, hunt together. Then the male comes in to fight off the hyenas and to eat first. Right. I actually enjoy going to the grocery store hunting for great deals on meat. Well, there you go. It's probably easier than going along the canal hunting for meat. So anyway, it's kind of interesting. Let's see how many people we have. We have 39. It looks like I've lost viewers, so I'm scaring people away. That's a shame. Well, maybe we'll end this early if everybody runs off. But anyway, we still have, yeah, we're all right. Okay, I've been watching a channel called The Outdoor Theater. He puts piles of food in the forest and sets up a camp to see who shows up. It's very relaxing. Well, there you go. There's always somebody out there looking for an easy meal. I'm sure that would work in a lot of areas, not just the forest. Okay, let's see. Ah, very nice, very nice. Okay. See if we got any comments on my channel. Well, anyway, let's talk a little bit about what's been going on this week. And as you know, last week was a more turbulent week than this week has been. I don't think there's been any major news stories. There hasn't been any major disasters. But let's see, what is this? Do you do any modern gaming nowadays? Modern gaming nowadays. I'm not sure what you mean. I don't gamble, and I hate video games, so no, I guess I don't. But I'm usually either working or building something. That's the story of my life. So, interesting question. Now, during this week, obviously, we had the Federal Reserve meeting where they lowered the interest rates 1/4 of a point, which means they're going to keep inflating. And they're going to keep lowering interest rates to try to prop up the stock market, the bond market, and the real estate market. But the question is it going to work? And I think ultimately, no, it won't work because the economy is basically dead. I know the job market down here is total crap. Wages are not going up. They're actually going down. Meanwhile, living expenses are going up. So I see a conflict going on, and I have a feeling that things are going to get worse before they ever get better. All right, let's see. Robert Redford died. Yes, that is true. I'm trying to think. He was in several movies. I know that. Must have been in his 80s. And CV Genesis says, no, just saw you were a technology enthusiast. I thought you might enjoy gaming, software, game engines, etc. My computer hardware is quite old. I wouldn't be able to run any games, and I just I never did see the point. I mean, I got a portable Pac-Man game here somewhere. I just never got into the video game thing. When I was a kid, there was an arcade down the street. And back then, a quarter, you'd put it in the machine, and you play the game. And I know a lot of people that got into it. And then, of course, you start to have the home gaming systems. You had the ColecoVision, and you had, what else did we have? Nintendo, and there's a lot of Sega, all these different games that my friends would play, and Atari. And I just never got into it. I thought, let me just go outside and go for a bike ride or go and build something. CB, nice pick. That looks like cover art to a Sega Genesis game. Well, there you go. Oh, Lord, another CV here. Right? Or Atari. Yep, that's right. Rick is too busy. That's true. I'm too busy to play games. Someone like Rick, a modern game is the latest version of Yahtzee. Or maybe Battleship. You sunk my battleship. It's from the SpaceX Starman launch, combined with vaporwave aesthetic. Okay. Like the black screen with green text. Nice colors. I would do both. Art power. There we go. And my kids started on Atari, now in their 40s. And they still game, and work is internet related. Well, that's good. At least you're lucky enough to have a job where you can sit down and do it instead of having to go out there and deal with the hot sun and struggle. And Jeff says, have a great day, everyone. Well, have a great day. Glad you were here for the beginning of my live stream. You would be amazed at modern gaming nowadays, especially virtual reality. I'm sure, but I don't know. My time is limited. I'd rather spend it doing something real, taking things apart, putting things together, digging through the trash, and just make things happen. That's kind of the way my life is. I can't get my full experience just sitting in front of a computer. Although there's a lot I'd like to learn more about computers and software and interfacing and stuff like that, but that's okay. And Nancy Ragsdale, good morning. Good morning. Glad you're here. I'd love to try a VR, virtual reality. We have the rasterization performance to host 80-plus player virtual reality parties, hosting music. Okay, so someone's advertising their product, fully body tracking. Okay, well, that's fine. If you're into that, why not? Stories aren't as great as they were in gaming's golden era, 1985 to 2007. That's probably true. That is probably true. I agree with you. That's why I play social VR nowadays. Okay. So I guess people do like the online gaming, which has been around for a while. I remember when they used to have LAN parties. But to me, I don't see it. I don't. I'd rather go outside, catch a little bit of outside air, maybe go to the canal, maybe catch a duck, an iguana. No matter what you do on a video game, there's nothing like grabbing something and cooking it and having a delicious meal. Play video as a child, 42 now. Haven't played a video game in probably 15 years or more. Time is too precious, in my opinion. Yes, the older you get, the more you appreciate it. I agree with that. I have one I never play, but my grandkids love it. Well, that's good. See? But any of us that grew up in the 80s, even some people in the 70s, you probably remember the games. You probably remember, like when I was a kid, the game Pong. That was a big deal. But gaming is definitely one of those things that people just sort of stayed with. I think in a way it depends on the person, but that's okay. All right, the time has to be worth it. Yes, I like to have something to show for what I did. If I spent a lot of time doing something, I like to have a physical item to show it. And we have a suggestion here from DOTA2. Show us how to ferment in some of your videos. Yes, I've made yogurt videos, but one of them got deleted somehow. I need to make a sauerkraut and tomato and onion fermenting video. And for those of you that are carnivores like me, you'll probably get mad at me, but I still believe that gardening, fermentation, storing different food items is very important, even if you are a carnivore, because if you think about it, let's say that all you eat is meat. Why would you grow fruits and vegetables and learn how to store them? It's a great form of currency. If the dollar becomes worthless, and it will, wouldn't it be nice to have a jar of maybe pickles or sauerkraut or onions or tomatoes that you could trade for meat? People would be glad to trade that stuff. Most people can't eat just meat and be satisfied. They need other flavors. And being able to preserve food through canning and fermenting is a great way to avoid starvation, because when it comes right down to it, whether you're a carnivore or whatever, if you have a choice between starvation and eating certain plant materials, I think you'll eat the plant materials. I know I will. I don't want to choose to starve. It's no point. Why would you do that? And I'm going to try to do experiments. I know there are some fruits and vegetables that I can eat without a problem. For example, I grow cabbage and I ferment it. I can eat sauerkraut. It does not bother me. I've never had an issue with it. Cabbage, I think, is the only vegetable that I can eat without getting sick. And isn't that strange? Why is that? I don't know. But if you look in my refrigerator, you will always find a head of cabbage. So let's say I walk right now to my refrigerator. I got cabbage in there. I can show you. Hold on. Let me put this on so you don't get bored. Here it is. Now, it's been in the refrigerator for a couple of weeks, and I've stripped off some of the outside leaves. They keep drying out, so eventually it will go bad, but the inside does not rot. And that's one of the great things here. Something like this you can grow easily if you can keep the bugs out of it, which is a challenge in itself. You could take this, you could cut it up, and you could ferment it into sauerkraut. Is it something the average person would like? Probably not, but it's a great survival food, especially if you have to eat low quality meats. Maybe you have to eat more store-bought pork or chicken. You're not getting all the vitamins you need. Well, you could probably supplement it with this. It's not the end of the world. And again, you'll notice I peel off the green part of the cabbage, because what I believe is that green foods are the most toxic. If you can avoid the green stuff, you'll probably be okay. And think about fruit. If you want to eat fruit, and I don't recommend it, but if you do like fruit and you have it available, why not eat the fruit that ripens right on the tree? Yes, you get a lot of sugar, but on the other hand, that sugar in the fruit also comes with other things, different chemicals, the so-called vitamins and minerals and all that other stuff that your body can use to process that sugar. So instead of just eating pure sugar, you could have sugar with other things. And again, not the most ideal food, but it can keep you alive. And if it's a choice between dying, then you're probably better off eating. Okay. All right, so let's see what we got in the comments. They're starting to come in, and our attendance has gone up. Looks like it's 43 right now. That's good. It sort of comes and goes. Last game I played was in 2013, The Witcher. VR that takes you places like Ireland or something. Well, that's not a bad idea. I'm not against virtual reality. I'd like to see 1950s Miami in a virtual reality. That would be kind of interesting. Gaming is an addiction. It can be, but not necessarily. I'm not advertising, it's free software. Yeah, well, that's right. But it's still, I mean, you're not advertising for profit. You're just letting everybody know, which by definition is advertising. I don't want to play racing games, motocross. It was a long time ago. Well, there you go. Some people, I remember Flight Simulator was a big deal. And some of these things are useful for somebody that's training. Let's say you are training for racing, or shoot, even if you're training to be a Miami driver, you might want to have a simulator. So that way when somebody makes a U-turn on the turnpike, you're not going to end up driving up underneath it. You can go around it. Yeah, those are fun. Dopamine, right? Nothing wrong with dopamine if you get it in the right amount of doses. Our ancestors had to can. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, exactly. There's nothing wrong with that. My wife makes yogurt in Instant Pot, and I make yogurt too. Fermentation is a great survival tactic. Yes, it's another thing about our friend Tom, Frugal Prepper. He believes in fermentation, and he's not the only one. There are several people in the carnivore space that say that fermentation has helped them. Everybody knows about Dr. Sean O'Mara and how he talks about fermentation, and for a 60-something-year-old guy, he looks pretty good. So it doesn't seem to be hurting him. It's fine. My thing lately is making beef jerky. My husband eats it faster than I can make it. That's kind of what happens. That's a good idea. Reach a head socket hooked to a drone. That's another thing, a drone. Again, the technical thing can be fun. I'm just not a big fan of playing a game. However, using technology, for example, let's say you want to build your own house like I do. You could design it and then use virtual reality to take a tour of it. You can walk around and see if you like it before you build it. You might go, well, I'd like to put this door over here, or maybe I'd like a different color over there. So virtual reality, it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing. Now, if you spend all day on it, it's not a good thing. But it's a great way to simulate. I also think for people like me that are too poor to travel, I think having virtual reality conferences, that would be extremely cool. But in order to do that, we're going to have universal fiber optic access. But can you imagine if you were able, let's say you want to go to a carnivore meetup and you can't afford to be at Meat Stock and spend thousands of dollars, but you could have a virtual carnivore conference where you could just get in your room and then they could come to your location, you go to their location. Maybe you're into building an engine. I want to build an engine for my truck. And you could be with someone else building a similar engine. It's almost like you're sitting next to each other without having to worry about parts falling on your foot or getting oil all over you. So it's definitely, there's some advantages to it. CB Genesis, for me, it's about the physical presence with anyone across the world. That social VR can provide being present in the same room. Socially present, yes, exactly, and able to move my entire body. I agree 100%. But see, I don't consider that gaming. I consider that to be, like you said, it's more social. It's better than social media. It's social reality. That's which I think is social virtual reality. That's a great way of putting it. Explore places you really couldn't go to. Yeah, like in a volcano or something. And we have somebody getting bored. Let's see, must be getting ready for bed. I've met so many people and I've had so many deep, meaningful conversations. Well, I'm great that it's giving you experience. That's why I go on YouTube, so that I can meet other people that I would never meet. None of you I would have ever met just in my normal time in Miami. In fact, I've said many times, no one in 18 years has ever said, hey, Rick, I saw you on YouTube. So it goes to show that I'm reaching people that I would never have seen here. Oh, no, not the refrigerator. Yeah. What you think about rice? I don't eat it. I don't see the point of it. Rice doesn't have any minerals in it, really. It's just carbohydrates. But I guess if you eat it with something else and it doesn't affect you, I guess that's fine. But for me, I don't eat rice. I think rice is duck food. It's garbage. If I'm going to eat plant material, you got to remember the rule. Rick's Heart Attack Diet has very easy to define rules. Number one, when you eat meat, you want to eat the fattiest meat possible. Number two, if you're going to eat plants, which I don't recommend, you never ever eat raw leaves, stems, roots, and especially never ever eat seeds. Seeds are the enemy. You don't eat them. Now, on the other hand, there is one seed that I can eat that doesn't bother me, and that's a coconut. But the coconut is a unique seed. It's not really your typical seed that's enclosed. It has water in it. Coconuts are unique, but I can't eat seeds. Now, I can eat fruits. Think about like some of these palm seeds. I mean, I could eat a date. I don't like the taste of it, but it doesn't bother me. Saw palmetto berries, they taste awful. They don't bother me. My dad used to eat them to try to get his prostate or whatever, which I actually discovered from an old timer that told me back in the 1980s. I should have marketed this. I could have made a fortune. I wish my dad was still alive. He could tell you, because my dad had some prostate issues, and my dad was very healthy eating. His eye issues were the biggest problem. He got glaucoma, lost his left eye, totally blind, had high blood pressure, had all kinds of skin issues, and he was juicing and eating the vegetables and all that. And here I am eating fatty meat, bacon and eggs and fatty steak and pork and all the bad stuff. And I'm in better shape at age 57 than my dad ever was. In fact, if you look at it, I got to find the pictures of my dad. I look younger than my dad did in his 40s, and he ate healthy. He avoided sugar like you wouldn't believe. But he ate bread, which was basically sugar. And I argued with him. But you know what? Dad always knows best. What does the son know? Son is, you're the kid. You don't know anything. But I'll make a detailed video on that. I've been working on it. I'm getting closer. I've had a lot of technical issues I got to deal with, including computer problems. I will make that video just to show. And it really is eye-opening. Why not? We've got compost drawers for a reason. What's in the cabbage that is most value? That's a good question. But I think a lot of it is that cabbage is a cruciferous vegetable. It has sulfur compounds and all that, and the bacteria consume this. So now I don't eat raw cabbage. I don't eat cooked cabbage. I don't eat vegetables. What I do, I slice this up and I ferment it with bacteria and salt. And then I'll eat that along with my meat. And I've noticed when I have to eat low-quality meats like chicken and pork from the store. Now, Heart Attack parking lot chicken is actually very good meat, but store-bought chicken isn't that great. But the thing is, when I mix it with stuff like this, I actually feel better. I can feel just less sinus issues and more energy. I just feel better. So there's nothing wrong with adding this to your diet. And, we're talking about Nia earlier that had to add some plant material. My friend that was an ex-vegan, he thrives on this stuff. I taught him not only how to garden, but also how to ferment and preserve vegetables and how to can vegetables. He is absolutely thriving. And again, because he's a vegan, his girlfriend is vegan, his friends are vegan, he will not go on the internet because vegans are quite mean. And if they knew how much meat he was eating, they would have a fit. But he's still eating vegetables and fruit. And I give him avocados and mangoes. And mangoes are high sugar fruit. But eating mangoes for a couple of weeks out of the year isn't going to kill you. In fact, I think it does him better. Eating those high sugar fruits in season really seems to help. His body fat, when he was vegan, I think it was about 18%. And now it's 14%. And he's heavier. He used to weigh 130 something. Now he weighs close to 160. He looks better. He's got a better physique. Everything is improved. And he's still eating some vegetables and fruits, but eating more meat. I think it makes a tremendous difference. And all the skin issues he had that, you get this part of your arm that gets like white and rough and all that. That went away. And he had like a rash that he would get on the forehead. And also the wrinkles that he had like on the side of his eye, they're going away. It's like, how can that be? He was losing his hair right up here. The hair's missing. It's coming back. It's just incredible. And all that from including meat in your diet. I don't know. How can the vegans get away with lying to people that it's the healthiest diet? Because it obviously isn't. That cabbage looks like planet Earth. It kind of does, doesn't it? I love to dehydrate brisket. Yes. My guess is water. Okay, sounds neat. There we go. All right, let's see. Sean O'Mara said as well, everyone should eat fermented foods. It helps with the visceral fats. That's right. That's right. A crinkle bag full of. Okay. Opens up his fridge and a huge iguana was in there. That was scary to me. I'm scared of the little lizards. Well, that's it. My refrigerator is like a horror show. This one girl that I know, it's a friend of mine, I forget what she wanted. She wanted some water or something. I told her to go to the refrigerator, but she didn't use the thing in the door. She opened the refrigerator, saw the iguana and screamed, and I thought she had fallen down, but that's what it was. Condition of his countertop is scary. Yeah, it's all termite eaten and rotten. But again, it's all going to be thrown away when I move out of here, so I'm not going to fix it. Even if I fix the place up real nice, the way they do it here in Miami, they throw everything out. Doesn't matter how nice it is. It's all got to be redone. That's just sort of standard. They're going to change everything, no matter what. So why not I'd just sell the house stripped. Probably worth more money. Okay, and let's see. How much fat to protein ratios do you like to average at? Also, why would one want to go higher fat to protein? Honestly, I don't measure anything. I just eat whatever feels good. The reason that I like to eat more fat is because when I eat high protein meats, for example, it's a bit harder to chew and it's harder to really digest. If I eat a lot of lean meat, it's hard to swallow sometimes, and then I just don't have the energy I normally do. But when I eat higher fat meats, it's tastier, it's easier to eat. I don't have to drink a bunch of water to wash it down. And immediately after eating, I can go right back to work. So that's one of the reasons I do that. I'm probably very used to having fat in my diet, so it's really critical to me to have that. My dad used to be more into the lean stuff, like the chicken breast and the fish and lean meats. Me, I always went for the fattier meats. The fattier, the better. Yes, rice is damn duck food. My wife is Filipino, and I can't get her off rice. She has health issues from it and would rather pay medical bills than take meds. That I don't understand it, and I really don't understand why people like rice. It's like pasta. People say they love pasta, but why? It's flavorless. It's nothing. It's garbage. Why would anybody eat that stuff? Rice and pasta are made from seeds. Don't eat seeds. Think about it. Rice has to be processed heavily to make it edible. If you were to go out in a rice paddy and eat the raw seeds, you'd get sick. And then on top of that, my parents used to give me brown rice, which was just instant diarrhea. I remember going poop after eating brown rice, and you had all these little rice pieces that came out with it. It was disgusting. I hated it. I don't know. But I guess people get raised a certain way, and they get used to eating it. I would never eat rice. I've had food given to me with rice in it. I'll pick out the meat, and I'll take the rice over to the canal. I don't like rice. I'm sorry. Why would I eat rice when I could eat meat? If I want to eat plant foods, I'm going to eat fruit. Fruit, not seeds. And I'm not going to eat nuts either, because nuts are seeds. I don't eat nuts. But I do eat fruit if I have to. If I have nothing else, I'll eat the fruit. I don't think fruit is dangerous in seasonal quantities. Now, if you eat fruit every day, or if you use it to cook things, and I think the worst thing you can do is cook fruit. You should never cook fruit. It just ruins. You're going to destroy the vitamin C. You're going to destroy a lot of the enzymes that are in the fruit. If you're going to eat the fruit raw from the tree. And I agree with the raw vegans on that. Fruit should be eaten from the tree. That's what it's for. If it's not edible from the tree, don't eat it. It's toxic. And that's it. And if you're going to eat leaves, don't eat the green leaves. Throw them away. Give them to the ducks. Cut up the white leaves and ferment it. Let the bacteria do the work for you. You don't want that crap fermenting in your digestive system. Eat a bunch of green vegetables stuffed with oxalates. Then that garbage goes through your small intestine. It goes into the large intestine, sits there, ferments, gives you gas. You're gassing up the room. Everybody's running away from you because you stunk everything up. And then you're making yourself uncomfortable. Why would you do that? We have the ability to do so many things. And yet, we get lied to and eat cheap crap. I don't accept it. Okay, fermenting it. There we go. My outgoing female room Filipino. She has diabetes, was taking Ozempic for a while, but gave it up. And her 22-year-old daughter is unnecessarily fat. You know, that's really frustrating. I get so mad, especially when I see younger people that are overweight. It's like, come on, you don't have to do that. You could be like me. Well, maybe that's why they'd rather be fat, because they don't want to be ugly and skinny like me. They want to be in with everybody else. There's nothing wrong with being skinny. I can tell you one thing. I used to hate being skinny. And I hated being skinny because I thought I looked terrible with skinny arms and skinny legs and whatever. But the older I've gotten, the more I realize that there's nothing wrong with being skinny. If I was shorter, I would have, even if I had to use steroids, I would have put on some muscle just to become bigger so people would leave me alone. But when you're tall, people don't really bother you. So being skinny and tall is just as good as being shorter and more muscular. And I don't have a problem with it. So I love being thin. I'm proud of it now. I'm not going to try to hide it. And you can laugh at me if you see me without a shirt, how skinny I am, but I don't care. It doesn't matter. I've lived long enough where I've proven that you can be skinny and healthy, and it doesn't stop me from doing things. I do all kinds of physical work, and I never have a problem. I've never had back issues, never had shoulder pain, nothing. Never gotten an injury from working hard. And that's despite being as skinny as a toothpick. I only weigh 195 pounds, and I'm 6'6". So, but I'm quick and flexible. I mean, look at how I do my live streams. A lot of people use a gaming chair. Have you ever seen the way I do my live streams? This is how I sit for my live stream. How many people can do stuff like this at my age? Not very many. So there are advantages to being skinny. So I'm not ashamed of it anymore. And they can laugh at me all they want, how skinny I am. It doesn't matter. Lori Weitzel says, CB, just keep leading by example. Yes. And CJ's notes, I find bananas to give me good energy, while potatoes has a different, longer lasting energy with some negative effect on gut. Yes. Rice, okay. Rice seems to taste okay going down, but then notice possible spike. And let me tell you something. If bananas work for you, this is my recommendation. If you want to try something that gives you steady energy like potatoes without the nightshade bad effects, because potatoes are nightshade and they are toxic, there is another alternative. If you've ever seen the plantain is a starchy banana, very similar to a potato in texture. You can cook it the same way you do the potato. And if you want that energy, if you need that energy, that's the way to go. If you fry your potatoes in beef tallow, yes, you'll stimulate Randle's cycle, but you will definitely get a longer lasting energy. So that's a good point. And again, I grow bananas and plantains in my own yard. I almost never eat them. I give them away. But I do believe that they are a good survival food, if that's all you have. Now, I couldn't eat bananas all the time because I'd feel like crap. When I eat bananas without any meat or anything, I'll get some energy, but then I lose it. The energy goes up, and then I'm out. I'll fall asleep for an hour or more if I was to eat a bunch of bananas. I can't eat more than 2 little bananas because it has a bad effect on me. But plantains, I can cook the plantains. You can also make mashed plantains, which is like mashed potatoes, if that's what you want to do. So if you don't have meat available and you don't want to starve, look into the plantain. And bananas and plantains are all hybrids of Musa acuminata and Musa bulbiciana, which are the seeded bananas. And then because of genetics, they're able to breed. You will get bananas that don't produce viable seeds, and they give more of the fruit. That's what all of our bananas are. They're simply hybrids of the original bananas, which I used to have the acuminata, but it got wiped out in a storm, and I need to find another one. There used to be a nursery called Going Bananas that had them, but they're not around anymore. The other place that used to sell bananas is now an apartment building, so that's kind of a shame. Anyway, yeah, these apartment buildings are just, they're awful. They're everywhere. I will, but she sees more of what's wrong. Okay, more of what's right with me. That's a shame. That's a shame, because rice is not your friend. What foods that is not fermented will give you good bacteria? I don't even think bacteria is an issue. And I do agree with Dr. Kiltz on this one. I think the less bacteria you have, the better. The advantage is that when you're healthy, your body seems to encourage certain bacteria, like Lactobacillus ruderalis or whatever. If you want non-fermented foods, I would just eat the meat, fatty meats, and that'll limit how many bacteria you have in your system. And I think when you're on the carnivore diet, the less bacteria you have, the better. Because you really don't need them. What do you need them for? You're eating a food that your body can digest most of it. You don't need bacteria. So that's my view on it. But again, I'm not a doctor. I'm just giving you my opinion. All these CJs and CJs have to go. Yeah, right? CJs have to go. Maybe it's a Jeep CJ or whatever. The comments are coming in. We have about 40. What do we have? 48? Oh, it can't be. Wow. I guess our viewership is going up. It seems to go up around this time. That's good. I've heard pomegranate does give you something. My dad used to eat pomegranate. I don't know what it does, but a lot of these fruits, they have potassium and magnesium, which I think can help a lot of people with the carnivore lifestyle. Will you be changing your channel name in the near future? Okay. And like Coach Carmack. Well, there you go. Everybody's a coach nowadays. Is that like the Roach Coach? So sorry, it's not the pasta, it's the sauces. Well, I don't think pasta is even a good food. I think it's just duck food. It's just cheap crap disguised to look like something that's better. I got to agree, nothing like a nice marbled steak. Yes, I have a farmer who has insane marbling on grass-fed and finished meat. Which is less common. We used to get that a lot here, but the grass they were feeding them was sugarcane, which, by the way, is a grass that grows in my own yard. And for those of you that are in the hardcore carnivore community, you'll probably be horrified that I do make for my friends a type of root beer, which is a high-sugar soda, which is made from the root beer plant, the Piper Sanctum that I have. Ginger, I grow ginger in my yard, and I do something called a ginger bug, which is fermented ginger root, and then there's also ground up sugar cane. So I have a machine that my dad had for making what they call guarapo, which is sugarcane juice. And it has rollers in it, and you feed the sugarcane in, or squeezes out the juice. So you take all those juices, you put them into a bottle, and you let it ferment. And it doesn't really produce alcohol. It just seems to produce, like a soda, a lot of carbon dioxide. And it's very popular with these guys that like to drink sodas. So we'll have a barbecue, and I'll bring my homemade ginger and root beer soda, and they love it. I don't drink it because I don't like it, but they like it. And it's all from stuff in the yard. It's just stuff that grows around the yard. It's quite good. My wife is Filipina. She quit rice, eat mostly carnivore now. Good. I'm glad. And there's still some Filipinas and Filipinos around here. They seem to be friendly and content people. So if they can improve their diet, I think they do quite well. They got the right attitude. They just tend to be obese from the low-quality material they eat. Anyway, let's see. I don't plan to. I plan to add parentheses and add something for now. Okay, that's good. Yes, it is. I want to see what happens to pasta in your body. Just pour water on some flour and see what goes into your bloodstream. White, watery paste. Well, it goes into your digestive system. Okay. How do you feel about macadamia nuts or avocados? Plant food that is pretty rare in nature. Very high fat plus low carb. Macadamia nuts, I actually have a macadamia tree, but it doesn't produce many nuts. I don't believe in eating any seeds. Macadamia nuts, when raw, are very toxic, and they will make you very, very sick. The only way that you can eat macadamia nuts is to roast them. So I don't eat them because that goes against what I believe. I believe that plant foods should be eaten either raw or fermented if they're safe to eat. Now, you can wash, it's like Florida coonties. They're a toxic plant. The native people used to eat them because it was a survival food. But that's just the way I feel. Now, avocados, I can't stand avocados. I hate the taste of them. I think they're disgusting. However, I grow them, I give them away, and I do believe that for many people, avocados are beneficial, especially if you have an avocado tree. If you enjoy avocados, like a lot of my friends do, you should eat them, carnivore or not. Avocados are only in season for a short time. Right now, there's some avocados. There's different varieties. I think the Donny variety is available right now. You can only get avocados for a month out of a tree. So if you're going to eat seasonal avocados, I recommend it. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, on the other hand, eating them every day, eating processed food, guacamole, whatever, I don't know. That depends. Guacamole is probably fine if you make it yourself. If it's in a jar, who knows? But I hate avocados myself. I won't eat them. I like to grow and graft them. I think the avocado tree is a very good tree to have if you live in a place where they grow. And when I move, especially if I move to my lot, I will have a lot of avocado trees, probably 30 or 40 of them. It's one of my favorite fruits to give away. Everybody loves avocados, with a few exceptions. And I have a couple of friends, really nice people that grow avocados. One of them you probably know from the internet, also named Tom. And it's just the culture of the avocado, the ability to grow different varieties from seed, being able to, I think it's great. I just wish that we had avocado groves instead of shopping centers and apartment buildings. One shopping center took the place of several avocado groves, little groves. I mean, a shopping center could be 20 or 30 acres, and it's all wasted land. A bunch of parking and a bunch of stores that I never go to should all be removed and replaced with a grove or pasture. And by the way, when avocados are young and they're just growing, there's a lot of grass that you can feed animals to. And they used to graze cattle in the avocado groves when they were freshly planted. So you can actually mix these crops. And that's one of the great things about animal agriculture. You can move the animals around. All right. Scary, yes. Banana fried on low heat and butter is an exception. Okay. I've never tried that. All the overweight children makes me sad. It does too. Tall people rule. Yes. Tall people are awesome. Rick grows gigantic avocados himself. A couple of weeks ago, he showed one in here. It was half as long as a midget's arm. I think it was like this big. I love my avocados because a lot of them, they're heritage varieties that I've saved by cutting and grafting onto other heads, stock. Really nice. Okay. Yeah, but you can don't. Yes, that is one of the advantages of being tall. Oh, flexible rig, very handy. Yes, I've always been like that. Everybody knows that's one of the traits you'll see in my videos. You'll never see me in a gaming chair because I'll sit on the couch, the floor, the bed, or outside on the ground. That's just the way that I am. I'm not a big chair person. In fact, there's no chairs in my house at all. 0 chairs in my home. I have a couch, I have a bed, and I have everything else that I can sit on, including the floor. I sit on the floor a lot. It's like when I was a kid in elementary school, I used to sit down. They said it was Indian style. And I always wondered what that meant. But I guess native people here used to sit on the ground a lot. That's good. Dr. Kilt says we skinny people are most vulnerable during a famine. That is probably true. That is probably true. Buffering here. I hope my internet is not messed up. I'm connected with a wire. Bananas and potatoes will give you energy. It's called sugar high. Then you have sugar crashes. Prevents fat adaptation. Yes. Rick, you are skinny. I am still chubby. Like Ross, I feel comfortable. the way I am. Yes, if you feel comfortable with it, that's important. We can be the next Laurel and Hardy. There you go. And again, just because you have a little extra body fat doesn't mean you're unhealthy. And I know people that have lived into their 80s that were, as you put it, chubby. But the thing is, how much muscle mass do you have underneath that fat? If you have a good amount of usable muscle mass and you can remain stable and not fall over, you can live a long time. So having extra body fat's not bad. I run about 14% body fat myself, and that seems to work really well for me. I've never been in the single-digit body fat. I've never been 9%, 7%, whatever. I run 14% body fat, and I feel good. There's no reason for me to go lower than that. I don't see it. Some people can get by with 30% body fat. It's not the end of the world. You have to remain functional. And again, as Dr. Kilt said, there are some advantages to carrying extra fat. And when you get older, your skin tends to lose the fat anyway. That's why some people that are, as you would say, chubby, look younger in their 50s or 60s than other people do. Their skin is more firm. They just look better. I think it's great, honestly. Nothing wrong with that. Okay. Good morning, Rick and Milton. Jamette, good morning. Glad that you're here. And we are up to 50 people, so we are increasing in number. This is great. It seems like that 9:30 to 10:30 is a sweet spot for this live. I think a lot of people like to sleep in a little bit late on Saturday, which is good. For carnivore, I ate a lot of potatoes, as they seem to be the only thing that didn't cause digestive issues. But my heart rate increased for a while after eating them. Okay. So many times having a racing heart while trying to go sleep years ago before carnivore. I had no clue what was going on. Listening while seasoning a batch of soon-to-be jerky. There you go. Okay, where'd my comments go? Oh, well, I got way behind. All right. And let's see. I'm actually trying it on some tri-tip I bought yesterday, so this is a test. Well, I hope it comes out well. And Annabella's here. Hi, Rick and Milton. Hello. And also she says hi to everyone. We have some hellos. Morning, Bella. Morning, Lori. There you go. Ginger tea is good. And I grow ginger here in the yard. If you live in a warmer climate, you can grow it as well. Nothing wrong with growing plants. I'm telling you. I need to cut back my big tree so that my vegetable garden can really take off. So I'll do that probably soon. But the winter is coming, and that's when we grow vegetables. That's when this cabbage grows the best. So we'll be doing some more gardening. Also, there's less bugs. Now, without my ducks, I've had a harder time keeping the bugs out, but I simply covered my cabbage patch with window screening. So I've kept all the insects out. And if I see any insect activity, I instantly pick them up and smash them. In the past, I let the ducks do it, but until the ducks come back, I got to do it myself. I had that too. It's my nervous system, vagus nerve condition. I would actually get internal vibrations like I swallowed a cell phone. Huh, interesting. Water, kefir. I'm not here. Okay, Carnivore Keith, I guess you're not here. All right. And we got some more hellos, which is really good. I like all the interaction. We have all the regulars here. There's usually about 50, 60 people that are regular here, and that's pretty good. For a channel that only has 3,600 subscribers, I think I have the best participation rate because you have channels that have 35,000 subscribers and they have 120 people come in. That's like double. There's a lot of activity here. What that vibration is, the vagus nerve. I get that now and then. Bend my neck down, I get a vibration in my entire body. Huh. I've never had that happen. Interesting. Yeah, me either. Well, we know you're here. Excuse me. All right. Okay, need to find person to rent the extra room. The current lady is leaving with not much notice. I'm angry. Oh. Not good. All right. I'm up late and working on my novel. Excellent. Excellent. Keep writing. I'm sure it'll be good when you finish it. And then we have some hellos. Number of things. Okay. All right. Okay. Could be very much worse. A breakup or divorce. Well, there you go. Those are two things I've never experienced. Your novel will be awesome. Yes. Rogue vibrations to a doctor. Don't worry, you'll find someone even better. That's like Peter and his girlfriend. Northridge, okay. I don't like avocados, no taste. I don't like the taste of them. They're awful. I find them disgusting, but that's okay. Did either. They already think I'm nuts. It's still hard for me with illness. Okay. Avocado with cheddar, sour cream, bacon is good combo. There you go. Carnivore only in the Philippines. I eat some fruits like durian. Smell like hell, taste like heaven. Those things are nasty. It's hard to believe anybody would eat them, but I've never had the courage to try it. I just had 5 scrambled eggs with 4 strips of thick sliced bacon. So good. That sounds great. Announce you're moving to Thailand. I've already turned down 8 women since I let out the news. Uh-oh. Watch out. Watch out. You're a popular man. Did a fast today. Ended the fast with amazingly tender chuck steak. I fried in butter and finished it in the oven. I had bacon and eggs as well. You're making me hungry. Delicious. I'm off to bed. I've turned into a lamb chop. Midnight up early. Okay. And good night, Joey. Yes. I'll never turn you down. Okay. We got some stuff going on here. I've had some pain medication changes. It's not easy. More manageable. I'm seeing a surgeon on Monday in a few weeks. 2 other specialist surgeons. And the feral grandma's here. Hello. Good to see you in the chat. Josephine. Let's see if we get any more of these celebrity visitors. All right. Let's see. Keep this here. Okay. Hi, Wendy. So on. Yes, Rick. I also have loads of muscle too, but got a belly, but I feel fine. And to see, if you're going to carry fat, the best place to do it is in the belly because it doesn't interfere with the rest of your body. But the main thing is when you're sick, you have skinny arms and legs. If your arms and legs are strong and muscular and you have a belly, you're still generally healthy. I've known a lot of people that live like that. They live a long time. It's not a problem. Some people are just adapted that way. If everything else is good, blood pressure, energy, whatever, don't worry about it. 6-pack abs are overrated. And I think a lot of times they just make people work extra when they don't have to. I mean, I don't know too many people that have them. I don't have 6-pack abs, and I've been carnivore for decades. I'm perfectly happy having a little extra body fat. I think, as Dr. Kilt says, there's a benefit to it. I'm doing great. Started my new job, and it's going well so far. I'm learning a lot, and hopefully today will be a big sales day. Well, let's hope that it is. And I've filmed 1 video, been editing another cooking video. I've been busy. Yes, you have. And we got some more good mornings. What do you guys feel after cheating on diet? I don't know. When I cheat, it's with a ribeye or with a T-bone, so I feel great. But I always think of cheating as an advantage. And Carnivore Junkie says, good morning, family. Well, good morning. Glad you're here. And go, Papa. Yep. I rarely cheat. When I do, I have no guilt whatsoever because I know I'm far better than I was before carnivore. Great attitude, Lori. I appreciate that. I only go off track at party or partake of some of the regular food. Turns out that is a fun part of the party for me. Well, okay. It's hard for me to lower myself to eating duck food. It's repulsive. People say, why do you get that strange look on your face when I offer you a cake? I said, because it's repulsive to me. I can't stand it. I cannot stand that stuff. The bread, the cake, the pasta. Ugh. It's like eating out of a dumpster. It's like if somebody went to the garbage can and they pulled out a piece of food and they gave it to you, you know. Let's say, okay, I love steak. Let's say somebody picked a ribeye steak out of the garbage can, crawling with maggots, all nasty, and they offered it to me. I'd still go, ugh, that thing's rotten. It's no good. And that's what it is. They just don't understand it. But, oh well. People have been conditioned. I like your cooking videos? Yes. I try very hard to not cheat on carnivore, but When I fall off plant, I feel terrible. Belly, hit, ache, loose stools, headache, joint pain, brain fog, and anxiety symptoms come back. No bueno. Well, there you go. Your body tells you instantly, don't mess with it. It does the same thing to me. Only showing 22 likes on my end. What's wrong with everybody? You're not clicking the like? You don't like me? Oh, that's offensive. Okay. Rick was up early this morning. Yes, I was. What is that noise? Let's see. Oh. Okay. I guess across the street, they're getting the boat out so they can go boating. Rick was up early this morning. Yeah, I get up about the same time every day. I think I started watching about a year ago, and the ducks were highlighted in the yard. Did they come back seasonally or what? No, the ducks, they got wiped out by the raccoons and the foxes that took over the neighborhood. And the remaining ducks went to the canal, and they never came back. Maybe after I do some tree trimming and fix the house, maybe they'll come back. But they were here for years. They were here for 5 years, and then they disappeared. But when I do move, I will take a load of them in the van. We'll start another duck flock. Thank you, sweetheart. Touches my heart. Yeah. As I told you, Rick, I like your channel. You are a regular person. Nothing fancy. And you do not push us to buy things. Well, no. I'm not going to push you to buy things that I don't buy myself. I'm not going to sell you some vitamins made from desiccated liver, and I'm not going to sell you soap that costs 100 times more than it costs to make it yourself. I'm not going to sell you coaching services or any of this stuff because I wouldn't buy that myself. There was a commercial we used to have here, Massey Yardley Chrysler Plymouth. I won't sell you a car I wouldn't drive myself. I'm not going to sell you something I wouldn't buy myself. Now, on the other hand, maybe I could sell you some bicycle parts, or I could sell you some meats. Hopefully, when I get into the meat business, I'll be able to sell you something you already need, which is meat. I want to find a way that I can offer you good prices on meats, where I can still make enough money to keep my business going, and at the same time, I can save you money from the store and give you quality meat. But that comes with time. I've got to go. Love you lots. Well, glad you were here, and I hope you have a great night. The ducks are terrified of Rick. Well, they shouldn't be because I've saved many of them, but maybe they got the word around. Maybe they realize that it's a dangerous place to be. Okay. Julie is a heart toucher. Yep. They probably get suspicious when he starts feeding them fruit. Quack. They love that fruit. Okay. Listening while processing photos for my worker bee job as a photographer for a property management company. Enjoying your eccentricity and candid honesty. Well, thank you, David B. I'm glad that you enjoy listening to me, despite the sinus issues. You are always in my heart. Love your music. Keep singing. Yes. Same here. In great shape, but with a little belly. I don't care as long as I feel good. And again, belly isn't going to hurt you. It's like I used to joke. It's a fanny pack of food that you can access when you need it. Julie, yep. Pot belly seems to happen to most men. When you can't get your socks on easily, you know it's time to do something. I know people that can't even reach their own toenails. And I joke because I tell everybody I could bite my own toes. And I did demonstrate it once, and it grosses people out, but I can definitely do that. I can bite my own toenails. Now, how many people that are 6'6" can do that? Not a lot. If I can do it, why can't you? Okay, that pot belly used to be called a beer belly. And beer tends to feminize people. It's really sad what happens to them. People that I knew that were quite attractive in their 20s look like crap in their 50s. All that nasty beer. Nice couch pillows. Do they have a story? This is stuff that my mom had. I have no idea where she got them from, but they've been around since the 1980s. And Mom got into the stuffed animal phase. She started loading all the furniture with stuffed animals, and these got put in the closet. When I was cleaning out her stuff, I found these pillows There's some pictures of me back in the 80s with him. So I put him in here, try to cover up some of the background that's back there. So that's it. Not bad. This one over here. It's got a label on it. Made in China. So it's not that old. But, you know, the other ones are older. This one in the middle, I don't know where Mom got it from. Mom used to buy a lot of stuff from those telephone shopping services like QVC and Home Shopping Club. She never bought anything online. She never really got into the internet. Those that don't hit the like have to pay Rick $10. There you go. Where's our Q Milton? He was here, but I think he went back to the bed to fall asleep. He's good at that. He is a cat. What did you get? The story is they are his mother's. Yes, that is correct. That's what I figured. No Rick Duck Whisperer product. Okay, 4 ribeyes, 2 thick pork chops, and a pack of breakfast sausages. Nice. It is refreshing to go to your channel and no commercials. That's because I turned them off. YouTube pays me nothing, so the only time I'm going to enable commercials is when I do edited long-form videos, and that's it. There will never be commercials on the live because it doesn't pay me anything. Why would I put commercials when it doesn't pay me anything? It's nonsense. All right? Yeah, desiccated liver. If I want liver, I'll eat the raw stuff. That's what I do. All from local farms. There we go. And around here, the only local farms we have, they farm condominiums and townhouses, and that's it. You want to command the Great Duck Flotilla? Oh, look at the blood pressure. Before 145/90, now it is 118/62, simply by eliminating the plants and mostly eating fatty beef, butter, bacon, and eggs. All the stuff that's supposed to kill you with the heart attack diet, and you're getting healthier. Yeah, see, I remember you putting your foot in your mouth that time. Yeah, exactly. Talk about a local ferment, biting those toenails. And unlike my dad who used to get foot fungus, I've never had it in my entire life. My feet are fine. They are not, the toenails don't have fungus. I am the exception. Most people I know have all kinds of problems, and I don't. And again, must be the carnivore diet. Whatever it is, that's fine. Someone said there's commercials on my channel, but I didn't activate the monetization. Yeah, you know Google. I guess with me, Google gave up on me. It's like, this guy's a quack. Not going to make us any money. Rick's channel is like the swap meet of live streams. Yes, it is. So true. Never drink liquid estrogen. That's what beer is. Nasty. It makes you look like crap. It really does. There's nothing I hate more than looking at somebody. Their skin is all crappy. They got those stupid skin tags. Their arm is like flat in one spot because they've deflated. It just looks really bad. When you look like that, I don't know. I'd rather go on the heart attack diet and get it over with. And again, if you go on the heart attack diet, you probably won't look like that for long, will you? All right, LOL. Good way of putting it. Tie the $10 to an iguana. Rick will get it eventually. Well, there you go. Okay. I sometimes have some pickles or sauerkraut with my meat. I feel okay with the fermented veg. There you go. See? Nothing wrong with that. If you feel good eating it, that's it. I believe that. Long term, especially when you're older, if you can eat and feel good, it's got to be good for you. If I'm having hot dogs, Bratz sausage or knockwurst, that's great with sauerkraut and some mustard. And that's another thing. Mustard is a condiment which doesn't have sugar in it. It's got turmeric, so if you're allergic to turmeric, you can't eat it, but some people benefit from it. I put mustard on my heart attack burger at times, and I put sauerkraut on my heart attack burger at times. It's not bad. And people laugh because when they think of me eating a salad, they say, well, it's got to be fermented or he won't eat it. And that's correct. I don't eat raw leaves. Raw leaves are off my diet. I have the odd garlic dill, small pickle, and not very often. Risk of reflux. Now, I never get reflux. That's the other thing. And I eat a lot of fried food. I always used to see those commercials for Tums. Tums. And they would say the fried food did it and never bothered me. Peter and Pickles, there you go. And Bacon Baby has arrived. Hi, Rick. Hi, everyone. Doing chores and listening. Well, thank you so much. And we have some hellos over here. Is there a quack apprenticeship program? Well, I guess there kind of is. All you have to do is just start being a quack yourself, and eventually you'll be a full quack. All right, so we got some hellos here. I have YouTube Premium, the only stream I pay for it because I watch only on YouTube movies I can download for free. Yeah. Why would you pay for something that you can get on a BitTorrent or whatever other method you use? They even have pirate sites that are more convenient than the streaming sites. Okay, I like pickles with my steak sometimes. There you go. Yep. Bottle of Dijon mustard to dip steak into once in a while. And again, if you're getting bored eating the meat, you can put the other stuff in there too. There's nothing wrong with that. People put salt in their meat. I don't salt my meat, but a lot of people do. And what better way to salt your meat than with salty sauerkraut or even fermented tomatoes? Now, tomatoes are nightshades, so they're toxic, but ripened tomatoes are less toxic. If you take the seeds out of it, that's even less toxic. So if you're just eating, you remove the skins, remove the seeds, eat the pulp of the tomato, and it's fermented, it's probably not toxic at all. And you can add that to your burger if you crave ketchup. It's almost the same. Because really ketchup is what? Tomatoes, sugar, and vinegar. If you ferment tomatoes, they get that vinegary taste on their own. Because think about it. The sugar in the tomato is being fermented into basically vinegar, acetic acid. So it works pretty well. And I've given it to my friends on a heart attack burger, and they love it. There's no sugar, but they say, oh, great. It's got mustard and ketchup. It's got sauerkraut. In fact, I got one friend that's addicted to the double heart attack burger with all those things in it, including bacon and cheddar cheese. He loves it. The really amazing thing to me is that my carnivore foods that you would consider quacked, a lot of people really like them. I'm just amazed how the foods that are like heart attack chicken, for example. Heart attack chicken is a hit, especially in the carnivore community. I've gotten so many messages on how much they love heart attack chicken. And people that don't eat carnivore diet that I know in person, I teach them how to make heart attack chicken. And they love it. And now that you have different people in the government that are recommending beef tallow, heart attack chicken is really starting to catch on. All my friends now are making heart attack chicken. So I may have started a trend. Who knows? When you think of heart attack chicken, you might think of Rick, the kid that tried to get a heart attack but has failed for 42 years. But don't worry. I'm working on it. I'll get that heart attack sooner or later. We all got to go sometime, and if I'm going to go anyway, I'd rather have it as a heart attack. Let me see if I can reset this camera again. We will do this, and we will do that. And it should be back to normal. Okay. All right. The comments are coming in strong. We have 50 people still. We're doing great. This is the best part of the chat. So let me see if I can catch up here. I do brats and sauerkraut here a lot too, Papa Carnivore. My mom likes the big Hebrew National wieners with their sauerkraut, easier to chew. A kraut dog is very tasty, especially if you add a heart attack bun to it. Or you can even do the pure pork skin. I don't know. I need to make a name for this. The heart attack grill has what they call the coronary dog, but I have my own version of the hot dog. When I used to make my own sausages, I would get the pork skin and I would fold it like into a V shape, almost like a taco, and deep fry it in pure lard, and then drop that hot dog in there, and you could add sauerkraut to it all the way down, add some mustard to it if you want, and you can add fermented tomato sauce. That is the most amazing hot dog you've ever had, because instead of a soft bun, it's got sort of a crunchy, chewy texture to it. It's very fatty. It's very delicious. Oh, it's like heaven in a strip. It's just so good. One of my creations. And that's one of the great things. When you say, I want to get a heart attack, I don't care how much fat and how much meat I put in there, you can be very creative, come up with some really interesting stuff where people are talking about light and fat-free. I'm like, heavy and loaded with fat. Hit it. Load it up with as much fat as you can. When you talk about chewing the fat, well, that's what you're going to get. And boy, was it good. It's so good. And I love this food to this day. I've never gotten tired of it. My mother used to get tired of eating the same thing every day. And so did my dad. They said, Ricky, how can you not get tired of eating the same thing every day? Because I love it. I absolutely love it. If there's something you like and you really love it, you're going to want to have it all the time. You never get tired of it. It's just like me in the 1950s. I've never found anything that I like better. All the old stuff that I have, that's what I like. And I don't like anything else. And I'll stick with it because I like it. I think that's one of the reasons why I'm such a terrible person to market to, because I know what I want. I know exactly what I want before you show it to me. You take me to a car dealer, I'm always going to walk away empty-handed because you don't have what I want. Now, if you put me in a time machine, you sent me back to 1969 and said, okay, I've given you $4,000. I want you to buy the car of your dreams. I'll be driving out of there with a 440 six-pack, 69 Charger. I'd get this, I might get the Hemi, but the Hemi don't have air conditioning. But if I knew the future, I'd get the Hemi. But back then, I'd probably get the six-pack so I could have the air conditioning. And I'd be rumbling out of there with my Charger, and I'd be the happiest guy in the world. And then I'd get that car. I go, wow, I love this car. I need to make some more money so I can buy another one. And then what I'd probably do, I'd probably order another one new, and then in the future just keep buying them used. And I'd be like I am now, but worse, with a whole bunch of them. Because when they changed the design, I didn't like it anymore. You think I want to drive the new Charger? That thing is a obese-looking turd compared to the original. It's a shame. 4 doors? No thanks. Chargers come with 2 doors, not 4. Even my truck. I spend time fixing my crappy old truck because these new trucks to me, they look like a combination between a box and a space shuttle. You have all this tech crap. The thing I hate the most is these new Ford trucks. You open the door, it goes boo-doo-doo, boo-doo-doo, boo-doo-doo. That stupid sound. When I open the door on my truck, it says nothing to me. If I leave the lights on, it goes bzzz, and that's it. It makes no noise. There's no display. It's not like it has a little screen in the dash, and then you got the little backup camera and all the other crap. No. I have a backup camera I put myself in the radio. It's mounted over the license plate, so when I go to hook up my trailer, I don't have to get in and out of the truck 10 times. But that's all I need. I like my cassette. I like my radio. I like the old stuff. I don't want to have to worry about Bluetooth and a phone and a navigation and all this crap. What do I need navigation for? I got a brain. I can look outside and I can navigate. I look at a map, I memorize it, and I can find my way. I don't need a voice to tell me, turn left in 2,000 feet. Turn right at this. Turn left. No, shut up. Leave me alone. I don't want to hear your silly voice. Let me do what I'm going to do. And I'll get in there and I'll just go and do what I got to do. If somebody tailgates me, I'll just step on the fuel, smoke them out. But then again, being junky, they stay away from you, which is kind of nice. I like my old truck because it doesn't look that bulky. It's more colorful. It's got chrome bumpers. That's what I want. But they don't make it, so I'm stuck with the old crap. In fact, there's not too many things that they make that I like anymore. And if I was going to eat out, I'm not going to eat in a restaurant that looks like a black, white, and gray box where they're too cheap to even put a ceiling in there. You have like the structure painted black. The place is so loud because the kids are yelling at each other and throwing food around. No thanks. I'll come to my house. I'll sit here in my crappy home under my Celotex hush tone ceiling. It's quiet. I'll have the delicious foods that I like, and it won't cost me a fortune. So marketing to me is really difficult. But if somebody wanted to market to me, they could. All they would have to do is cater to my tastes. So they came out and said, I got a new truck for you. This truck has a basic diesel engine. It has a bench seat. It has chrome bumpers. It has no tech gadgets. It has regular gauges in it. It has window cranks, no electric windows. And it's cheap. It's $20,000 brand new. And we can give you a discount. You'll bet I'll be like, well, let me see if I can get some money together. And I'll work hard to get it. And I'll go out there and buy it. So, yeah. So there is a market for me. But the problem is there's no money to be made for the fat cats if they market to me. You could have a fast food restaurant. People love fast food. I'm not going to go there. But what if you had a fast food restaurant that was sort of like the old McDonald's that had the golden arches on it? Maybe this one has a big cow, a big neon cow on a stick that rotates around like it used to at the Black Angus Steakhouse. And you go over there and it says, steak lunch, $6.99. You bet that Rick will be in. I'll be driving. I'll be like, okay, I got my engine and I got this steakhouse. $6.99 steak lunch. Oh, well, I'll stop. Or maybe $15.99 steak buffet. Oh, I'll be going down the road 70 miles an hour, hit the brakes, go around, go in there, open up the door. You got the terrazzo floor. You got the tables with the metal edge. You got the Celotex ceiling. You got real light fixtures with light bulbs in it hanging from the ceiling. You look around. You got wood paneling. You see the buffet table over there. You can smell the meat cooking in the back. You may hear a couple of animal noises in the back, but oh well, it's just part of the restaurant. And you go there, and there's no waiter. There's no waitress. You walk right up to the counter and say, give me the buffet. That'll be $15.99 plus tax. Okay, here's your money. Here's 20, give me change. Boom. Go over to the buffet. There's no sodas, it's just water. Just water and milk for the kids. And you can eat whatever you want. Eat what you want, but if you leave anything behind, you get kicked out. And that's it. So, and oh, here comes Rick. We know him. He's a regular. Let's see how much he can eat today. You think he can make 4 pounds? Oh, we're going to bet on that. Who wants to bet on how much Rick can eat? And the thing is, the restaurant will make their money back because a lot of people will go, there's no way that skinny thing could eat that much. I end up eating 5 pounds of meat, and then they lose their money. And the restaurant's, well, we lost money on his eating, but we got a lot of money on the people that bet that he couldn't eat that much. So it works out to the, it's like the Heart Attack Grill, over 350 pounds eats free. Well, but see, we could do that, but we can't do it because the central bankers are constantly wanting more and more debt. They want everybody to be struggling so they can make money off of us, and they're going to give us crap. They're going to give us a black, white, and gray box that's cheap. It doesn't even have finish. The floor is just polished concrete. No ceiling, crap drywall, maybe a few pictures of what the restaurant used to look like, just to taunt you, saying, well, this is what it would have been like if you came here 50 years ago. But now, look, you have to sit in a piece of crap that has all the appearance of a prison cafeteria. In fact, maybe the prison cafeteria has more style than this place. But anyway, yeah. Marketing to people like me is not a very profitable experience. But again, you're not going to lose money. Everybody has to buy stuff. I got to buy stuff. And I don't mind buying stuff if I feel it's a good value. But corporate America won't do it. In fact, who knows? If everybody became like Rick, these might start to become popular again. Can you imagine having a call like this? Nothing wrong with that, is it? That's right. Anyway, enough of the Rick rant. Let's get back to these comments and see what's been happening. I lost a few people. We have 46 right now, so I must have scared them off with the Rick rant. And we got DuckTales. There we go. I use egg yolks for dip. There you go. Hebrew National hot dogs are great. I've heard about them. Seem to be good. Say Bread is another one people like. Have to go, busy here. I got to get you a picture. That's something I really need to do. Maybe I'll see if I can get some makeup to cover the scar here. Maybe I won't look so bad. The vegans won't say I look unhealthy. I just bought some all natural organic cured hot dogs at Aldi. Okay. I hope they're delicious. And let's see. By Cindy. Yep, that's true. Uncured hot dogs. Okay. Trying cutting out the salt. Oh, there you go. Too much salt can be bad for sure. Papa Carnivore Shack Quack Jr. to his name, like Charger Mopar. I watched a lady getting into the Tums at karaoke bar the other night. I thought, how stupid. Drink alcohol, then take Tums. There you go. You don't have to moderate here. We say what we like. You do a good job on Mitch's as he wants one. Yeah, Rick, don't get offended. I'm only Quack Jr. when I'm on Rick's channel. Well, there you go. Mustard is okay. Yes, it is. And let's see. I'm the opposite on salt. I put it on my hand throughout the day. It's stimulating and also stops craving. I know people that do that. In fact, my vegan friend, he would get the salt shaker and just go like this and then take salt. That was his thing. A little too salty for me. Okay, makes sense. Beef tallow is good for your skin and scalp also. Yes. Yes, it is. Look, I've been putting lard and tallow. Now, I haven't put any in my hair today. Usually I grease up, but right now, nothing. Look at that. It's a lot of hair. It doesn't fall out either. Okay, let's see. Oh, boy, did I get a bunch of comments. Long time I ate tomato. Used to love it like making Italian bolognese sauce. Again, some people are allergic to it, some people are not. I eat a lot of salt. I don't moderate here on Rick's channel. I just chat like all the rest of Rick's Quack Pack. That's correct. Rick at 122 years old, still doing. I'm begging for a heart attack soon. I don't think I'll make it past my 90s. I'll kick the bucket sometime between 90 and 100, I think, if I don't have a bike accident first. I cook heart attack chicken and bacon fat. 5 drumsticks for about 45 minutes. That's delicious. Oh, that's delicious. Maybe it's some minerals in there. I use pepper. A lot of carnivores can't, but it doesn't bother me. If it doesn't bother you, go for it. I used to live black pepper, but discovered it bothered me. I try white pepper. There you go. Does anyone ever make dehydrated bacon? I've made dehydrated pork many times. I haven't done it lately, though. Stopped using black pepper about 2 years ago. I feel a lot better without it. Help my joint pain in my shoulder, knees, back go away. Excellent. Yeah. Difference between the master and the daughter. Okay. I've never had joint pains. I don't even know what they feel like. I ought to be grateful for that. Hebrew dogs are good, but ballpark beef are hood to wonder what's in them. I haven't had a hot dog in years. I may look around, see if there's any on sale. I might try them. See if they mess me up. I think it's extremely spicy. Okay. I just replaced my black pepper with white. Okay. Yep, getting used to it. The master doesn't get tired of path. Okay. I lived heart attack chicken, but overdid it, became nauseous. Uh-oh. Started to fear the hot grease. I'm clumsy. Well, don't burn yourself. Be careful. Pausing every time he hears it. Thunder, and then going outside and standing like a lightning rod. I'm sure vintage air could fit a Hemi with air. Oh, yeah, there's a way of doing it. Nowadays, you have the rotary piston compressors. It's just the Chrysler RV2 was too big. There's a way of doing it. I know a guy years ago that put it underneath on the engine. You could do it. But back then, it wasn't available. But I'm just saying, if I was around in the 60s, I would have bought that stuff. I'd bought a ton of that stuff. You know, it's like other things. It's like the ceiling tiles I use that haven't been made in 60 years. If I started making them, I bet I could market those things. I could probably sell millions of them with that 50s nostalgia. I think that's an untapped market. I'm not going to get into the carnivore space to make money because I don't think that that's the right thing to do for me. But I am going to use YouTube or any other method later to try and advertise some other products. I think it'd be kind of neat. I might even sell reproduction encyclopedias. Who knows? Something to get that sort of aesthetic If I could get a bunch of these microphones from Chinese things, I could probably sell them for a small profit. I could find some way of leveraging this up. It's just a matter of trial and error. Let me see if I can move this a little bit. There we go. All right, so I'm really loving the taste of my meat with just salt and some butter only. Yeah, I don't miss the pepper. Well, Peter, the more you become carnivore, the less you need the add-ons. All the newer car designs look goofy. Yeah, they look like basically painted turds. That's what they are. The white pepper tastes like black. Why is this not coming up? Okay, so I like my pepper. Rick is a lightning rod for sure. Yeah, right? You're on fire this morning, CB. Got the egg look. Have to be careful not to eat too much chicken. But I can eat duck till the cows come home. I'm getting duck cravings. You got to stop talking about duck. Now that I have new bike tires, I have my net. I don't know. Okay. What is this noise? Somebody must be playing a stereo or something. I don't know. It's got to be a stereo. Oh, well. Anyway. I enjoy my live. I really do. Okay, when I opened the door of my car last 25 years ago, it was a cracking sound, all right? GPS usually sends you on a wild goose chase anyway. Yeah, and you don't even get a goose, all right? I eat a variety of different meat, seafood. Whoops, I really enjoy the variety. That's it. Enjoy. It's fun. There's nothing more fun than the carnivore diet. Do you eat deli meats? Okay, I'm only on steak this week. You are lucky. I hardly ever get steak. Unless somebody's nice enough to buy me a steak, I can't afford the stuff now. The only steak I'm going to get is a flying steak, the way this is going. Saw a toddler sucked into a phone screen. Wanted to slap the parents. So there you go. Do you watch channels like Vice Grip Garage? No, I don't. Restoring and pimping old timers. No, I don't. I can barely keep up with my friends' channels. I just don't have time. I don't watch any channel for somebody I don't communicate with. So if those channels are big and they don't communicate with me directly, I don't watch them. I watch a lot of the smaller channels, the carnivore channels. Any channel that's interviewed me, I will watch them. I've even gotten away from some of the more mainstream carnivore channels, as you've seen. Some of the bigger channels, we know who we're talking about. I really haven't had the time to watch those channels. I lost interest. When you get too many people, you drive me away. That's one of the reasons I hate Miami. I don't want to be somewhere where I'm like one of millions or thousands. I want to be somewhere where I'm one out of a handful because I like to be one of the ones that stands out. I hate to say it. Okay, I gave up expensive steak lately. Well, there you go. Deli meat is okay, but too much and I get bloaty. White pepper is quite similar. I've only found ground so far. Okay. At least, what is this? Chicken Express has the logo of the Rocketeer Chicken Run escape vid. Deli meats are great. Make sure they're using clean ingredients. That's good advice. Boar's head is among the best deli meat. Another one is called Dietz and Watson. How did you give up steak? I can't afford it. Incandescent bulbs or the LED aging bulbs? I have incandescent bulbs here. If you've ever seen, I actually did a video a couple of times where I unscrewed my light bulb, which is really hot. I have a nice little stash of 100 to 135 watt incandescents, and I use those with dimmers. I also have 2 bulbs here in series, so that lowers the wattage. My electric bill did not change. I tried the LED bulbs. Now, I have a rule. I will use fluorescent and LED bulbs during the day for working. So, for example, you can see I have these large fluorescent lights that I took from the school over here that I need to put in. And I use those in my shop. I also have one in the bedroom for daytime use. Once the sun goes down, I switch to incandescent and neon lights. I have neon lights in the bedroom and in the hallway. Those are red lights. So I've always done this, and it helps me very much. If I use the LED or fluorescent lights too late, I will have difficulty falling asleep. And when I wake up, I will not have the energy that I normally do. When I wake up between 6 and 7, I am always ready to go. I go to bed at 11 to 11:30. I get about 7 hours max, 6 to 7 hours of sleep, and I'm fine. I don't get tired. So my rule is simple. Daytime sunlight, fluorescent and LED is fine. Nighttime, it's going to be incandescent and it's going to be neon. In my bathrooms, I only use incandescent all the time because they actually save me money because I spend so little time in the bathroom, 5 minutes max. The LED or the other compact fluorescents will burn out in 6 months. But the incandescent bulbs that I have in there are 25 years old. In fact, I think I did a video one time where I went in the shop bathroom, took the bulb out of the light fixture. It is 25 years old and still going. I use traffic signal bulbs. They're called Durotest. They're expensive, but when I worked as an electrician, we did traffic light work. I got a bunch of them for free. So I can also get them from the dumpster over there at the county. If you walk in the back and no one's looking, you can grab the bulbs that they changed. Sometimes if you catch them when they're changing the bulbs, they will give them to you. Believe it or not, they still use incandescent bulbs in a lot of the traffic lights here, especially for the yellow light. That's what I do. Steak is crazy. Yeah, see, steak's too expensive. You just don't. Restaurant back in the day, had a sign that read, free T-bones with meat, $9.95. Well, there you go. I buy deli style corned beef and pastrami at Costco. It's very good and clean. Yep. That's right. $30 I'd quit too. One ribeye is $30 here. Okay. Huh. All right. Wow. Oh, expensive. $7.99 a pound on sale. Yep. It is a prison. Yes, it is. It's ridiculous. Cheaper cuts lately. Mm-hmm. That's right. Love the lights and the buttons. Yeah. Well, that's the old phone. I make a macro pad for my computer. I'm going to do the same thing, put lights in it. Pack with 4 ribeyes. And those, by the way, are incandescent lights. If you don't know, they're actually tiny incandescent lights. I think those light bulbs are probably 50, 60 years old by now. I got that phone. They took it out of Southwest High School back in 1983 or 4 when I was there. I found it in the trash. I picked it up, and it sat in my storage up in the attic from 1983 or 4 until like 2 years ago when I fixed it up and put it to work. It's still working. Grocery slightly cheaper, but I get sick from grocery store meat. Okay. Rick had the quarter on a string. Yeah. Hey. Actually, I had another way of getting free phone calls. Maybe I'll show it to you one of these days. And let's see. Hi, Rick. Thomas is here. Hello. Glad you dropped in. And it is your birthday. So that's great. I see you have a happy birthday wish here. And I guess, are you going to be having a special live stream? Let me know so I can end, so I don't interfere with yours. We have a lot of happy birthdays here. And let's see. Something cheaper, but everything is expensive. Grocery store, yep. Grocery store doesn't taste right. That's true. You hear my butcher go on rants about what they do to meat. Reminds me of when Mitch gets triggered. There you go. All right. Okay, let's see. I don't know what they're doing to the meat. A lot of it is old stuff that they're selling. Oh, look. Ellen is here. Good morning, Rick. Good morning, Ellen. And chat friends. Great. Let's see. Coco, there we are. And there we are. Adding fillers. Thomas, happy birthday. Ellen. Greed strikes again. Inflation caused by the Fed, as always. All right. And Kelly is here. Good morning, Rick. Why is it not coming up? What is this? There we go. Out on a hike down the road from my house and taking breaks. So I'm here to say hi. Well, I'm glad you did. I'm glad that you are out there getting out into nature and you live out the country, which is really good. How young are you, Thomas? I think he's 52 now, or happy birthday to you. There we are. I watch Vice Grip Garage. Okay. You are doing a great job. And Ellen, as the other moderator for Mitch, that's good opinion. Working late shift. Good to see you. All right. And Bob is here. Good morning from Northeast Ohio. Well, good morning from Miami, Florida. And we're talking about the light bulbs. We love Rick and Milton. Milton is asleep. Incandescent all the way. There was actually a video somebody made about light, which I thought was fascinating. Maybe I should link that in my posts. It's kind of interesting. All right. You need full spectrum. And CB Carmack says, Rick, you would do good here in Tuscumbia, Alabama. Not hugely populated and probably not too many 6'6" people tall. I haven't been to Alabama in years. I think one of these days I'll have to go for another visit. The one thing that I did like about Alabama is how many just untouched small towns are. I mean, you have some big cities there too, but there's just some of these out of the way places. You drive down the highway and you see an old, I don't know if it was a farm or fruit stand and a few houses, and then there's an old church. And it's not like Florida where nothing stays empty for long. As soon as they get an old building, they immediately tear it down, and they'll leave it as an empty lot until they can build an apartment building on it. So here on Rick's channel, I'm just another quacker like everyone else. Well, that's it. We're all equal here. We don't do the hierarchy. And says hi to Keith. There we go. I meant, there we are. My favorite stuff from Mitch's is rants. They're great. He makes total sense. We all do them. I don't do it as much, but we definitely do it. Okay, and we have there, just changed my 30-year-old porch light. All right. I love Mitch's passion. Yes, I agree. That's for the week. Spending, okay, $400 a week for food. Wow. I always spend about $400 a month. I always said something, Lori, but it's not appropriate. District attorney told me he wants to try carnivore, but can't afford eating meat every day. Now, that's crazy. I've been carnivore almost 2.5 years, and I'm a damn broke deputy. Well, I'm even more broke than you, and I've been carnivore 42 years. All right. I will, 2 of them. First one at 4 p.m. with Russ. Okay. So we're going to end this long before 4 p.m. because I want to watch, because Russ is one of my favorite YouTubers, and you know why. Because he's funny, and he's fat, and he's healthy. So it goes to show you can still be fat and healthy and entertaining. So if 4 o'clock, I want to be here. In fact, I need to end this early because I need to do a bike ride. Everybody loves my ride and talks, and thanks to Tom, the other Tom, I have great bike tires. I need to go through my junk pile or get some parts and fix the brakes and the shifter on my bike. I think that old bike could be pretty nice now that it's got new tires on it. Okay, thoughts about RGB LED bulbs that let you change the color temperature. Well, you could try it. I mean, it does have red light, and I know that red LEDs, I have a red LED clock in my room that's been there for 40-something years. It doesn't affect my sleep. It might work. You never know. I also like neon light, although I've had people tell me, well, too much EMF, but my EMF meter showed there was hardly any. So, who knows? Email Keith and go nuts. There we go. To heck with energy. It's about your health. And Dr. Lisa Wiedemann, the eye doc, is getting into the light. Putting out some good information. That's good. And remember, it's a lifestyle. We need to do all of the different things in our lifestyle. 53. You're catching up. I'll always be 4 years older than you, but I think Thomas looks pretty good for 53, especially considering all the health issues he had. I think he's doing good, and he's only going to get better. So I don't think Thomas is the type to fall back into duck food. So I think he's going to do well. So let's keep supporting his channel. Dr. Seraph Hoog gets into the light 2. Okay. They still don't have the infrared. Is the infrared? That's a good question. I need to get my hands on some of these LEDs. I can measure infrared using a spectrum analyzer. It might be something to look into. Thanks for you are the best moderator. Well, that's good. Hit the thumbs up, guys. Yes. I'm just trying to help Mitch when you're not able to be there. Yes. But Peter, you missed a couple of those Bible quotes. And by the way, the Bible quotes are welcome in my channel. I don't get offended by it. I'm not going to let an ancient book ruin my mood. I do believe in God, and I do believe that the Bible is inspired of God. It has a lot of valuable information in it, but it's also a product of its time. And to be literal on everything in the Bible is a giant mistake. We need to use a little bit more common sense. Anyone that's read Genesis knows that the information given there at best is sort of allegorical and at worst is erroneous. But again, it's just an ancient set of writings. It has benefits, but you need to have a healthy skepticism. And I think if you do that, you'll be fine. But people end up using that set of writings as a way to condemn other people. And I think that takes it a bit too far. But I believe that most of us, the vast majority of us, have faith in God and his son, Jesus Christ, that they do care about us and that we need to try to do our best so we can get their favor. And that involves treating other people the way that we want to be treated. And really, when it comes down to it, you could read Genesis and Leviticus and all that and go crazy. Or you could just open up the New Testament and see what the so-called golden rule is. And you know what? You say, I agree with that. And I'm going to live by that. It makes sense. Forget about all the slavery and not eating pork and shrimp and all that. That's gone. Just go for the simple things. That's it. I love Russ. He needs to start a music channel. Yeah, I'm surprised that his YouTube channel doesn't get more views. But anyway, let me show the sign that a friend of mine gave me a while ago. I'm sure those of you that weren't here earlier probably would laugh at this. It says, you have looks like a black cat on top of this guy's head or whatever that is. Kitty doesn't look happy. I love cats. And what do we see here? We see a grill. They taste just like chicken. And don't worry, that's not Milton. Milton is safe and sound on the bed. Switches down my system. Same with blue blockers. I don't wear sunglasses, by the way. If you've seen me on my bike, I don't wear a helmet. I don't wear sunglasses. The only time I wear a bike helmet is if I'm on a very fast bike or if I'm riding on the street, which is very rare, but I will do that. Okay. Did you ever check Dollar General? No, I didn't. In fact, now I'm glad you reminded me. I need to go on a ride and talk. I got to go to AutoZone. Dollar General is right next to AutoZone. I'm going to see if I can find that. That would be good. A lot of times with bar soaps, they'll call it sodium tallowate, which is basically just lye and beef tallow. So that's it. Yes, most important is getting out in the best light, the sun, which you do a lot, you mean. Yes, I spend a lot of time in the sun. And again, I wear no glasses. I don't wear sunglasses ever. I do have sunglasses with a camera in them that I used to use for making stealth videos. But I don't wear sunglasses. I don't think I look good in them. I wear nothing. I don't wear hats. I don't wear glasses. I don't use sunscreen. I don't do any of that. And I go outside a lot. And as you can see, my skin is not that bad. Now, my arms are definitely darker than the rest of me. The rest of me is very white, as you can see. See that? Look at the difference. Arms versus leg. Big difference. I wear pants almost all the time when I'm away from the house, although I do wear shorts constantly in the yard. But when I'm out bike riding or whatever, I don't wear shorts. We don't do that. If Lori and Russ start a band, I hope they let me play guitar for them. Yes. I've got a far infrared sauna. They are amazing. I have a great sauna. It's called Miami. All you got to do is open the door and you're in a sauna all the time. There are a lot of folks online who will show you the spectra. But that would be cool if you have one of those gadgets, which I do, to measure. Bottom line, nature is always best. Yes. All you have to do is get a prism, a simple glass prism, and get some sunlight and run it through it, and you can actually see the colors, the visible ones anyway. The infrared, there's also cameras that will detect that, but I do have a spectrum analyzer. It's extremely old. I don't even know if it still works, but if it does, I'll bring it out. It'll be kind of interesting. All right. Love Lori and Russ' voice. Well, there you go. They like Russ's voice better than mine, that's for sure. Russ and I are both singers. Don't usually see two singers in the same band, especially if we don't play an instrument. But you and I will collaborate one day, Keith. There you go. I hoard incandescent bulbs. You and me, both. I've been doing it for years. And Keith says that. And Nancy, I haven't seen you before. Nancy Ragsdale, I have seen you before, actually. I enjoyed listening to you, Rick. First time. You know a lot about things I haven't even thought of. Love your sense of humor. Well, thank you. And I did see you earlier, and I'm glad that you're here, and I hope you return. This is a nice place. I only have 40 people right now. I've scared off 10, but that's okay. It's getting close to lunchtime anyway, and generally, if I don't get a lot of people, I'll wrap this up a little bit early. I didn't know Russ was a singer. He is so funny. I agree, Rick, regarding his channel. Yes. I think a lot of it is just that, I don't know. I guess he doesn't promote himself enough. Russ is healthy and relatively successful, so I don't think he really needs the whole YouTube thing. He just does it as a way to get together, have some fun with people that he knows. And again, Russ actually sought out me, along with 2 other people, to be on his keto cookout, and he was kind of associated with the in crowd at one time, and then Adam went his own way, and everybody kind of went their own way, but he wasn't going to cancel it. So he decided to bring me and a couple of others in there. One of them, is Laura Russell. She also offers tallow products. And from what I've heard, they're reasonably priced. So that might be something to look into. I think he always puts a link to her website, which is Russell Brands with a Z at the end.com. I need to check that out. The last time I tried it, though, I got an error. So I don't know, but that's okay. We started a virtual band with Mitch on keys and a few others in this chat a while back. Many musicians there. Well, that's funny. That's funny. We will. I'm sure of that, Lori. Let me get settled in and put some stuff together. It'll be great. There we are. I only use blue blockers at home at night. Okay. Your bike helmet needs to look like the top of a duck's head. Yeah, well, my bike helmet, although right now I can't use it because it got damaged. It's a long story, but it basically looked like a motorcycle helmet because I like the one with the visor on it. Most people have the bike helmet that sits on top. It's vented at the top. I like the one that kind of has a visor. When you go through the gnats, you fold it down, and the gnats are trying to get you, and they have a hard time getting in. So that's pretty good. 1 hour before going to sleep. Well, there you go. You're ahead of us. Mitch is pretty good on keys. Great improvement. I bet he is. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. I mean a lot. Better get my coffee. There you go. You got to get the coffee so you don't fall asleep. Yes, Keith, you already asked me to wait for you to get settled, and I'm doing exactly that. Well, there you go. We have several musical talents here. I never wore sunscreen. I'm always skeptical of it. Never one of those chemicals absorbing in my skin. Well, David B., that is very smart. I agree 100%. I'm sure those are better than the real garish, full-on, blue-tone LEDs. Yes. Good on you. And by the way, LED blue light was actually tricky to make. Red was the first LED. It's easy to make red LED light because of the nature of the material that's used, the silicone or germanium. But maybe we'll get into that. It might be a good thing for a video. Russ is awesome. I'm starting my steak and eggs now. Awesome. Always cheerful. We try to make the best of it. I can't even get incandescent lamps here anymore. That's cool, Rick. Yes. Got to go to the butcher's shop. Don't want to tear myself away. I'll look for Thomas at 4 p.m. Bye. Well, Lori, glad you're here, and hopefully we'll see you later. I'm sure you know the issue is people spend so much time under artificial light now, and we are wired to run on infrared light. That's right. I want a bike helmet that looks like Black Hawk Chopper helmet. Hey, that'd be pretty good, actually. That would look pretty good. As long as it's not like the helmet from Hogan's Heroes with the spike sticking out of it, that would make a pretty bad bike helmet. Although then again, you could put your head down and spike somebody else. Or the one in Aliens. Or the dropship. Okay. All right. Is she gone? Dang, so cute. Okay. Yes, Rick, no sunglasses. You've been doing a lot of the right things all along, and I've been doing them purely by accident. All the physical activity, eating a lot of meat, eating a lot of fat, avoiding artificial things. I use homemade soap. I use no cologne. I can't stand the stuff. I use no deodorant because nobody gets near me, and I could care less. They don't like the way I smell. They can stay away from me, and they do. Of course, no one's ever complained. Maybe they were afraid to complain. I don't know, but that's just the way that I am. And I just got in from sitting outside to get some AM light. And it is cloudy, but we still get all the infrared. And it is a little bit cloudy. It was here earlier, but it's sunny now. Now, when I get the time, which I never seem to have, I'm going to run a conduit underground, and I'm going to put the cameras outside in a better spot so I can switch to the outside camera right now when I click it. So it's blank, but I'm going to go ahead and fix that. I do have what I need. I just have to do it. But I've been so busy, and I got a lot to do. So another reason I might want to end the live streams before lunchtime so I don't spend all day here and waste my Saturday that I could be working. I'm not really wasting it. I'm spending time with you. But still, it's just one of those things. Now, looks like we're up to 43 again. Well, that's good. I like it how people come and go here. And I'm not going to tell anyone that you're late because you're not. You can feel free to come in and out, and that's it. It's like when somebody at the park is giving a speech. People just kind of come and go, and that's good. They see something they like, they can stay. All right. She's be back in the morning. Oh, that will be cool. Are you going to... What is this? Yes, I am. This is one of the changes I want to make. What I want to do, I'm going to... I can't get the wireless thing to work, so I'm going to wire the cameras. Once I get the new mixer finished that I found in the trash, I'm going to put an audio output outside. And what I want to do is start off, I'm going to switch scenes. That's why I want to make the macro pad. If I can make the macro pad, I'll just run a wire along with the camera wires, and I'll plug in the macro pad outside. I'm going to put a TV in the window so I can see what's going on in the monitor, and then I can switch. So I'll be able to go through, I'll be able to switch to the chats, I'll be able to talk to you at the same time. I could be working on my truck, I could be working in the yard, I could be welding. There's all kinds of things that I can do while I'm talking to you. I can take things apart, I can fix things. So I'll be able to talk to you and at the same time get stuff done. Because right now I'm just sitting here on the couch. And again, I don't mind. I'm just hanging out with my friends. I talk on the phone a lot. One of the reasons I don't text message is because you can't text message and do other things at the same time. A lot of times you'll see me with, I use my cordless. I got it over here. This is my cordless phone, which is, as you can see, is a Panasonic. And you know it's something I got from a clean out. So when I talk to somebody, I can do that. And there's also a headphone jack. I have headphones that I can plug in. So you just plug in the headphones right here. It's got that little tiny plug. And then you clip this onto your belt, right on your pants, and you walk around and that's it. So it's kind of handy. And I can talk to people. I do it all the time. But that's all right. Okay, and Keith says, I'm going to switch to my phone. I'll have you in my pocket. Oh, excuse me. Oh, sorry about that. Yep. I just got done walking 5,957 steps before being here. And I've got through, probably had maybe 10 steps total so far today. But that will change as soon as this ends. I have headphones on, and I wander around doing things. Yes, I'm at 1849 steps, and it's 8-ish, so I have a fairly good start. Excellent. There are online sources. I also buy bulbs made for reptiles. Just search online. That is true. Now, I can show you over here. Let me see. The kind I use, I get from the dumpster, though. This is it. Okay. All right. Huh. And by the way, there are ways of making your own light bulb, but we'll get into that another time. Here we go. These are the kinds that I use. All right. They're typically 130, 127 watts. But let's see. They got 30. They got all sizes. 97 watts, 64, 57. So that's what that's the kind I use. I usually go over to the dumpster behind the county traffic light place. If you live in a place where they have traffic lights, just ask one of your people. They throw these in the garbage when they're used. They replace them on a regular schedule. I've had used ones that are still working. The one in my bathroom was used. I picked it up back in '96 when I was working with traffic signals, and it sat. I think I screwed it in the bathroom in the year 2000, and 25 years later, it still works. So, these are great bulbs. Anyway, that's what I use. Okay, so what do we got here? I'm just back from Wyoming again. This time, with the flag in my luggage. I got one of those vitamin D lamps. Yep. Well, you would walk 500 miles. I remember that song. Just don't walk a mile for camels, okay? Just to fall down at Rick's door. Well, there you go. All right. Yep. But the thing is, incandescent bulbs are used for certain things that cannot be replaced. For example, a lot of those radio tower bulbs, the ones that go on and off, those are all incandescent because the LED bulbs, the fluorescent bulbs don't work being turned on and off that much. They will fail. It either has to be a neon lamp or it has to be incandescent. If the light goes on and on instantly, that's a neon lamp. If the light goes on and fades out, which is the standard of the industry, that's an incandescent. And I have a couple of those really big incandescent lamps that were used up in those towers. I have one that's good and one that burned out. I got it from one of those people that replaced the bulbs. Sometimes they do it from a helicopter. Sometimes they have to climb the tower. Very interesting. So you were at a service. Oh my goodness. And yes, dumpster is even better because it's free. You can also get that, a lot of the contractors that they hire to work on the traffic signals, if you talk to them, they throw that away anyway. They'll give it to you. It's a great way to get it. That's how I got mine. Yep. Yep. Okay. That's right. Okay. Awesome. I'm one of the very few YouTubers that can catch up with his comments, but then again, I'm not like Dr. Barry that has thousands of viewers. I only have maximum 60-something ever. That's about it. Okay, how do I get over here? Well, it was there. Okay, there we go. We have 37 watching right now. So we are decreasing. Anyway. Okay. Hi, Scooby the dog. Excellent. So, does anybody have any other subjects they want to talk about as we're winding down on the number of viewers? And I don't want to be here all day because obviously we have other people that go online. And it says, how do I find such a person? Contractor works on traffic signals. Is that it? All you got to do is just drive around and see when somebody's doing work on traffic lights. I mean, here we have a company called Horsepower Electric. We had a company I used to work for, which is no longer around anymore. There's different companies that do this work, but usually it's the county itself that will change the bulbs. They do that on a regular basis. They usually have a pickup truck that has a platform on it, or they use a boom lift. So just look around, and most of the time they'll give it to you because they just throw it out. So, okay. Hello, Rick and everyone. Hello, Linda. Glad you're here. I used to dumpster dive in the Tuscumbia Utility Department dumpster. They throw away all the copper and other metals after. They throw away the whole street light when bulb goes out. Yeah, they do that a lot. And a lot of them have been replacing it with the LED ones, which don't work. The longest burning incandescent lamp has been burning for 100 years and still going strong. I believe that's somewhere in California in a fire station or whatever. How are your teeth gum? Well, my teeth are crooked, as you can see. But that's because I was not eating the carnivore diet growing up. The upper one straightened out. I got a broken tooth here, which, by the way, when I look at a picture of me as a teenager, the break was even worse. So the teeth may have actually grown. It looks like the broken part is going away. This used to be broken all the way down to the bottom, but it's actually grown out. So the last time I went to a dentist was in 1986, and I've never had any problems with my teeth, gums or anything. They're fine. No problems. I don't get my teeth clean. I do brush my teeth with lard and baking soda, and that is it. So I've never had an issue. So, Justine, that's the answer for that. Okay, and let's see. I have reptile bulbs with IR visible UVA. I need to get some UVBs for the winter. Well, that's it. And now, believe it or not, your typical fluorescent light does put a lot of UVB. But the secret is use that only during the day. It's like in a submarine. You know how submarines, they use light during the day. They use red light at night because otherwise when you're underwater, you lose track of time. You might want to do the same thing in your home. It seems to work. So that's a little something to think about. Anyway, so I haven't had any comments on this old sign, but I still think that's pretty funny. I don't know where he got this from. I don't know if they sell this in Home Depot or what. It says 2001, made in China for Notch Novelty Company, California. So it has been about 20 something years. I guess I was right. I remember this. Made in China. Notch Sign Center. Okay. That's funny. They taste just like chicken. Everything tastes like chicken if you cook it the same way. All right, so what do we got here? Why am I not displaying the comment? Oh, there we go. That's crazy. Yeah, that's it. All right. Oh, we're back up to 40. That's interesting. It's amazing how the count goes up and down. Now, what I'd like to do, most likely, is probably hit it for noon. Let me get my little timer. Where's my timer? It's here somewhere. Okay. Here it is. Get you right here. Okay. So, We don't want the meter maid to get us with the little red thing coming up, and we don't want the little yellow thing coming up that somebody's jammed it. I used to use popsicle sticks on these things to make sure that I didn't have to pay for it. You just kind of like that. It was fun. Okay, where are my quarters? They're here somewhere. All right, we'll put this over here. And let's see. Where's the quarter? It's here someplace. Ah, here we go. I got it. We only need 1 quarter to get half an hour. So that's not too bad. So we'll go ahead and we'll take our little timer over there and drop the quarter in the slot. Drop the quarter right into the slot. Da 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 da. And there we go. That's it. Okay, so where can I put this? Right there, maybe? I don't know. There we go. All right, that looks pretty good. And as you can see, it's over there ticking away. So we'll be able to have a normal, and there we are. Oop. This pillow's kind of in the way. Oh well. You can still see it. It's there. It's ready to go. Okay, so let's see what we got here. And we have 42 now, so it's going up. I guess the excitement when they know the end is coming, they're like, hey, finally, he's going to end this thing. Both are large spotlights, wavelength, okay. Is that why Milton is not there? He's afraid you'll eat him. Well, maybe. If you look at it, you can see what kind of cat is in there. That looks like a black cat, doesn't it? Look at that. Poor little black kitty. He's like, uh-oh. This is not the place you want to put your cat, right? I love cats. They taste like chicken. I got some other of these signs people have given me over the years. I used to put them in my shop. I had them all over the place. It was kind of funny. Okay, a little to no lights on after sunset. There you go. Have to use more light when it gets dark at 4:30. That's true. Oh, excuse me. Ooh, that'd be a great craft on a starship. Time's a ticking. Yes. Have you ate frog legs? Yes, I have. I've gone frogging many times. Get your stick, get the frogs. I've had a lot of frog legs. First time I ate frog legs was at the Sweden House Smorgasbord when I was a kid. Then I realized, oh, these things are good. And then when my friends, we'd start going frogging, or what they call frog gigging, we'd go over there, down there at the empty lot and get as many frogs as we can. It was loaded with frogs. One of the things that I do remember about the Bible is when Pharaoh was difficult to deal with, I think there was a plague of frogs, and I used to joke about that. I'm thinking, man, if I had a plague of frogs here, that wouldn't be bad. That'd be a good thing. I'd be over there. I'd stock up on frog legs. I'd have those things in my freezer so fast. I guess when I had too many frogs, it'd be pretty bad, but, you know, frog legs are delicious. Been driving. I made a lot of money out of that dumpster. I even got a Salvador Dali print out of it. Wow. Which hangs on my wall. I sell the same print sold for $400 on Etsy. It's amazing what people throw out. Throw up, that would be me eating duck food. Yes, all right. They make reptile UVB. Okay, yeah. So there's a light. Well, experiment with that. Very dim light in the evening. Orange of color. Yes. There's the meter. Bad memories. Had to keep putting dollars in or get a ticket. Or if you learn how to use a popsicle stick, if I can ever find one, I'll make a video of how we used to get the maximum time, which in this case, I think is 5 hours. Those meters, they used to give you 5 hours. So I could get 5 hours. Every quarter got you half an hour. So you'd have to put $10 in there to get 5 hours, this was back in the late 90s. So it was a lot of money then. But the old popsicle stick worked every single time. When they switched to the electronic meter, I got frustrated. I started just putting muriatic acid in the meter housing to burn out the display. Then they couldn't write me a ticket. They wrote me a ticket one time when I was working there. I was like, I've got money in the meter. Well, I don't think so. Well, what does it say on the meter? It doesn't say violation. It's all foggy. Well, you shouldn't park there. Well, it worked when I parked there, and you're telling me now it doesn't work? It's like, okay. They dismissed it. I went down to Miami Beach. I said, look, you're giving me a ticket for a meter that I put money in. Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. They actually took it out of the system. I didn't even have to go to court, which was nice. I think the meter maid got a little bit of a scolding, too. But yeah, I've always had a parking meter in my driveway. The pole is still there, although I did take the meter out. But I'll put it back when I move. Everyone thought that was a pretty neat little thing. And the 1 meter mechanism I had actually was connected to a buzzer. So when you parked there, it had a loop and it would go like a bell. And to shut the bell off, you had to put money in the meter. That's what it was. And of course, there's always quarters over there. It was by the payphone. What's that buzzing sound? That's because you didn't put money in the meter. Money in the meter, yep. And I even have a Milton bell that was in the driveway. When you drove up the driveway, bing, bing. I love trash picking. I love trash picking too. I hate to say it. I do it all the time. We know what happened to his toupee. Who had a toupee? The artist, I guess? Black cat for sure, yes. It's made out of rat hair anyway. Must be that artist. Okay, just enough to find my way. That's what the red light is good for. Student working in a lab. How to use a syringe to shoot water into the meter to freeze in the full position. Only worked in winter. See, that would work where you're at. It would never work here. That's true. All you have to do, that's it. You put money in it, and you just freeze it up. You squirt water into the wheel in the back, and it'll do that. Put your quarter in, then shoot the water. Yeah, it'll stay till spring. Exactly. That's it. Okay. Right. It's easy. Just follow the sun. Right. That's it. Whoops. There we go. I've never had a parking ticket stick in court. Every one I've ever gotten, I got dismissed. In fact, I've never paid a traffic fine in my entire life. Every time I've gotten a ticket, I've always gotten out of it because they've always made mistakes. You know, they try to write you a speeding ticket when the speed limit sign isn't there. They try just a bunch of nonsense. Half the time, the cops don't even show up. And again, I need to get my parking meter housing out. I'll set it up again. I'll show you some tricks on how we used to cheat the meters because I don't think they even exist anymore. Most people now, they took the whole meter housing out and they just put in that electronic crap. And I don't have a cell phone. So I tell everybody, if I have to pay to park, I'm not going to do business there, period. I can't. How can I? They don't want my money. I got cash. They won't take it. So I'm not going to do it. Silly string might do it. Stick the meter. Well, maybe. Or some bogus sticker. People did that. They did that a lot. You know, they would put, there was a bag that said out of order. They'd put over that. They had all kinds of tricks. They had one that said free parking for an event. Yeah. But they even took out the meters. And David B. has a question. What is your recipe for heart attack chicken? It's very easy. Get the chicken, whether you catch the chicken yourself or you buy it from the store. Get some beef tallow or lard. Put the beef tallow or lard in a pot. Turn on the heat until it melts. And then when it's hot enough, throw your chicken in and fry it up. That's it. Simple. Where are you watching from again? Okay. I'm surprised I've had no phone calls. That's interesting. It's working. Huh. Crazy. I guess people are not bothering me on Saturday. That's awesome. Where are you watching from again? All right. Well, what else is going on? Now, one of the most important things, again, is that it's not just what you eat, it's how you live. And we're talking about light. And I think that's a subject that hasn't really been covered much, but it's also stress. Because I can show you, once I can find the pictures, which I haven't been able to find, there's actually a picture a friend took of me years ago when I was taking care of my mom, eating the exact same diet, and I put on body fat. So that really is one of those things that a lot of people just don't think about. They don't think about how much stress are you under? What kind of light are you under? Where do you live? What are the environment you live in? Are you surrounded by toxic materials? Are you surrounded by toxic people? Just changing your diet isn't going to fix all that. It's a mixture of things. And we have somebody new here, Robert White. Your shirt makes me hungry. Why is this not working? Come on. There we go. Reminds me of 50-50 ice cream bars growing up. Well, isn't that like the Good Humor Man or something like that? And Sandy Blythe says, still here, yay. Yes, still here. They taught us to catch frogs and cook them over fire for survival. Yes, training in camp when I was 12, but I never ate them. Well, they're better when they're deep fried, I'll tell you right now. They are delicious. Deep fried frog legs, heart attack style, it's tasty. Of course, I think iguana legs are better than frog legs, but not everybody has iguanas available. Yes, Rick, so wise. How we live, not just how we eat. And that's the thing. It's like, okay, I'll be able hopefully to go for the very first time ever to a carnivore event in November. And I have to stay in some kind of motel or wherever. I don't know what they had planned for me. I'm not going to be able to be as comfortable as I am in my own home, because this is the only place that's like this, I think, left in the whole world. Everything else has changed. And being around all that Wi-Fi and all those cell phones and all that light, the LED light and all the other things, all that drywall and paint and chemicals and everything will probably play havoc on my system. I may even get sick, which usually would happen when I had to go out of town for a conference or something. So that is a problem. But here at home, there's no problem. So I don't know. We've got to beggar them up then. Okay. Good to see you. Yes, I agree. All right. So how's the tick, tick, tick going? Well, nothing has happened. It's still ticking, but it ain't clicking. So that's good. Yeah, it's working. I did adjust it slightly, but hard to say. Hi, pretty Ellen. Well, there we go. Sandy Blythe is saying hello. All right, so let's talk a little bit about some of the other things that we can do to improve our lifestyle. Now, obviously, diet is critical because your body needs materials and it needs energy. Our life is a constant struggle against entropy. But what can we do to make it better? And the Feral Grandma says, Rick, if there were more people like you, Florida wouldn't have an iguana problem. That is correct. I have eliminated the iguana problem in my neighborhood. It is horrible now. I bring my own light bulbs to hotel for in-room, but the common area is still toxic blue lit. Now, the other thing about hotels and motels is their whole generic look. I really don't like the way they look. I don't like the way they're set up. I tend to like more natural materials. There are no natural materials in any of these buildings. It's all artificial. You got paint, carpeting, wallpaper, fabrics, whatever. They're all artificial. In my home, yes, it's artificial, but this shelf is wood. There's wood paneling on the wall. This furniture is mostly cotton. There's some wool. It's just a lot of more natural materials. There's no paint in here. There's no cleaning chemicals. The only thing I clean with is basically washing soda, borax, sodium tetraborate, all those things. I wash my clothes with that stuff. There's no cologne. There's no skin care whatsoever. I use no moisturizers, none of that stuff. And I work with my hands all the time. I do mechanical work. And as you can see, they don't look bad for somebody that gets dirty constantly. I do have damaged fingernail where I got a splinter in there and it split the nail, but it's growing out. In about a month or so, you won't even be able to see it. Fingernails don't have any white spots on them, like a lot of people I know. They get the white spots. There is some dirt, but this is all very natural. And I do live in an artificial world. So even though it's an artificial world, there are a lot of things here that are natural. I don't use screens or cell phones or anything like that on a regular basis. I don't use any kind of electronic monitoring. My vehicle is not connected. It is pretty much self-contained. I have many things that are manual, many things that have to be maintained. So it's a lot different than the average person that has a lot of automation in their life. I have little to none. I do have a washing machine, a dryer, but that's about it. There's nothing really that I do everything else. I don't even have a dishwasher. I do that myself as well. And Ellen says, yes, love this topic, and I'm glad you do. We all need smartwatches to watch over us, enough steps, enough sleep, blood glucose, whatever. Yeah. Last time I went to an event in the city, I found a bed and breakfast that was old house. That was better and no more expensive. Maybe you can find something like that nearby, Rick. It's possible, I guess. But everything now seems to have been redone in Florida. Florida, they just get rid of anything with character. Okay. Come on, there we go. I've never owned one. You are being sarcastic. I don't know why this is starting to be a little strange, bringing up the chats. But anyway. So, it's important that we surround ourselves with familiar surroundings. Now, I actually made a video, which I haven't uploaded yet, about how I spend time outside. I don't do it today, and I can feel the difference. In a normal day, the first thing I do when I get up in the morning, I go in the kitchen, I start my breakfast, I walk outside to the outdoors, and I watch the sun come up. I also watch my plants, see what's growing, see what's not growing, see what needs attention, and I do all this stuff, and believe it or not, by the time I come in, my energy levels are up, and my focus is really sharp for the rest of the day, what I need to do. And this is really important. So, let's see. And Ellen has something here. Someone told me you can remove the chips from smart appliances. Maybe you could figure out how to do that for us. Well, it depends on the appliances. I guess a regular refrigerator, you could probably replace that with a regular thermostat. It'd be kind of interesting. Some of these refrigerators use multi-speed compressors, but if it's just got a compressor in it and some wiring, yeah, I could see you could get rid of that. And I think eventually, that's another thing I thought about getting into, is making kits for things like tractors and certain vehicles where you could just have a generic ECM, put it in there, you just have to get the right connector to plug everything in, and just have open source programming. Right now, it's a lot of work, but with AI and with automation, we may be able to do these things much easier. And then we can eliminate the closed source digital code with its digital locks from the system and dump it and start over. Because these companies, they use government regulations to make it impossible to be able to disable their spying. What is that? Heard a weird noise. Sarcasm isn't allowed on Rick's channel. Yes, sun in the morning with light activity. Well, there you go. Is that a cat fight? Oh, well. The one good thing about living in a junkie house, if somebody has a fight and they have a shootout, I don't have to worry about being hit by stray bullets. By the time they go through all these piles of metal, it would stop it. Between me and that window is probably 30 fluorescent lights. So I don't know how many layers of sheet metal that could penetrate before it would stop. And then there's a big stack of books over there. There's at least 4 feet of books stacked up that I've been going through. So I'm almost like living in a bunker. Okay. The chip that connects to Wi-Fi. Yeah, you can do that. And the other thing too, what happens if you're like my house and you don't have Wi-Fi? How in the world can they communicate? It's like if you have a smart TV. I have a smart TV that I got from the dump. It can't go online. There's no Wi-Fi and there's no network connection to plug it in. So I think the simplest solution, if you don't want your appliances to spy on you, just disable the Wi-Fi. That's it. And anyway, if you don't give the device its password, how is it going to be able to accumulate? Iguana's making their counteroffensive. That's true, Rick. They do make it hard. Can't imagine waking up in the morning and checking first thing if my smart app approves. Plus, you got your AK-45. Nothing like a little good old-fashioned hardware to fight back. Yes. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Technology. Yes, it is. I hear somebody having a fit out there. Oh, interesting. Well, we got some outdoor drama across the street. This lady is throwing, it looks like she threw a chair, clothes. I don't know what else she's throwing at her boyfriend or husband or whatever that is. So I think somebody did something they shouldn't. And that's not good. All right. Anyway, I cut that Wi-Fi stuff out. There you go. Didn't meet my 10,000 steps. Yeah, I don't know. What about those of us that go on a bicycle? We don't get to count steps. Things are still sending out signals. They connect to the smart meter. Well, if they connect to the smart meter, I don't know how they do that because I've tried to connect to that silly thing and it doesn't work. Our smart meter actually works through the power line. I have the thing covered in a Faraday cage, so it can't transmit out of the meter itself, but it goes through the power line. I have a friend that did a little bit of, let's just say, exploration in the local network. It's kind of interesting. Content, yeah, right? Well, if I had my camera, I could show you, but I can't. Neighborhood drama. Equatorial woes, huh? Film it. Yeah. Well, from what I can tell, he seems to have picked the stuff up and put it in his car. I don't see anybody outside, so I don't know what's going on here. I heard another noise, but that's not a gunshot. Wait till a toilet is tossed out. Well, there's actually a toilet. Okay. There's a toilet sitting in the dumpster at the school because they're remodeling, but Rick, you have the smart meter covered with the Faraday cage. Yes, I do. I actually have it covering the smart meter. It's a very fine mesh because I wanted to see if it actually did transmit, and it really doesn't. It transmits through the power line. I put an oscilloscope on the power line, and you can see when it sends out the pulses. So I put the Faraday cage on there to see if FPL would lose communication with it, but it didn't. So the smart meter, it goes through the power line. And I know where the relay point is. It's down the street. I remember when they put it in before they changed the meters. And that's it. The more you learn, the scarier it gets. His chair and table, his only possessions. I don't know. These people here, I have no idea what they're doing. We have a lot of these younger people that rent rooms, and they just seem to fight all the time. I guess when you're broken, you got to live in somebody's room. It's not so good. Count their steps, and did they analyze their own sleep? And worried about it. I think cavemen were more worried about being prey for some larger animal than they were about how much sleep they get. My house still has the analog meter. They tried to install a smart meter in the house, and I said no. Interesting. I had some folks like me live with someone, others that make cutting the Wi-Fi impossible. So I have to do what I can to mitigate for now. Okay. Caveman with pocket protectors. I refuse a smart meter. I don't know for how long. I didn't fight the smart meter because I got tired of them having to go through the gate and walk in there when I'm doing stuff. So they said, go ahead and put the smart meter. But I did put the Faraday cage over it so I wouldn't have to worry about being radiated. But it doesn't affect me. I had a detector out there with an oscilloscope. It's just they send pulses every so often. It can be anywhere from 5 minutes to an hour. And that's one of those things I noticed about it. I did too. Okay. Where are you moving? What, my life be boring without neighborhood excitement? Nah, I'll always find something to do. It's just the neighborhood excitement will go from people doing weird things to animals doing weird things. And hopefully tasty animals that I can cook for dinner. That'll be great. All right. Let's see. We have 40 people watching now. Actually pretty good. I've seen live streams where you only have 10 people. So mine's doing better than a lot of them. Although I'll never be like the fancy pants, expensive, overpriced live streams that promote products. So we'll try to keep this one down today to 4 hours. And the ticking is going on. Once the red flag pops up, you know we're near the end. The jungle of the Everglades is better. Yes, it is. We got pythons out there and gators, and you might find deer. Who knows what you'll find there? And they're all edible, even the pythons. I've never cooked a python, but I'm willing to try. And if I do catch one, I'll be able to save the skin. I can make a nice new bike seat, and I can probably make some snake boots out of it. So I wouldn't mind getting a hold of one. And then I'll see if I can cook the meat. I may have to boil it first because reptile meat dries out too quickly. You can also marinate it if you don't mind plants. I've heard citrus is a great marinade for it. That is interesting regarding the meter. I really need to make, I had an extra meter that somebody gave me. I started to take it apart and disassemble it. There are meters online there are videos online about how these meters work, and there are meters out there that have been tested, but that might be something else I might do one of these days if I ever get the time, which I never seem to have. Oh, excuse me. Oh, man. Sitting too much, not my thing. I'd rather be up and about, even if it is on the bicycle or just working around the house. Whatever it takes is always good. So anyway. And yes, I love my cats. I certainly do. Just don't look at this part. It's amazing the stuff you find when you clean up. So, any other, let's see, Amazonian Oscar, the really smart. Yeah, sick of the Everglades. There you go. The other thing I need to do, I need to figure out what happened to my cabbage slicer. I wanted to make some sauerkraut, but I can't find the little slicer thing. Must be in one of the drawers. I'm going to have to go in that kitchen and really start looking because I want to do something with this before it turns into compost. Let's see. It's just crazy. Why do you need an app on your phone for the washer and dryer? Well, my phone is not really good at installing apps. I mean, I've tried to install apps, but all I can do, whoops, I don't know if this is an app. Is that an app or what about this one? That might be an app. I don't know. Hard to say, but, if I don't have one on my phone, why do I need one for my washer dryer? It has a mechanical timer. It works fine. And sometimes I just hang the clothes in front of the air conditioner. That's a free dryer. I'm already paying for the electric for the air conditioner. Okay, let's see. That should be a Chinese. All right. Okay, yes. Not long for anywhere here, too. Well, it saves them money. They don't have to send somebody out to read the meter. They can just do it electronically and they can manipulate it. You never even know it. Analog apple peels. Yep. You know it. That's right. So anyway, looks like we're getting close. So far, the meter hasn't popped up, so that's good. So the meter maid is not going to be coming around. Once the meter maid starts coming around, then we will go and we will try to do the outgoing chat, which should be kind of interesting. And hopefully everyone will be having a great Sunday. So back to topic, what else can we do? Well, we got to work on stress, environment. You got the light, the food, the type of water, what kind of water you're drinking. Here in Florida, we have the most polluted lake in the whole United States, Lake Okeechobee. So our water is probably not good. I'm drinking rainwater and a bit of well water, mostly rainwater. It'd be interesting to find out how polluted the rainwater is. I think in general, closest to nature, more old school like Rick. You're probably right. It hasn't killed me yet. And what they say, what doesn't kill you might make you stronger. So who knows? I think I'm doing pretty good, though, considering everything. I don't even know if I can see this. I'll just put this over here. There we go. That'll make it more visible so you can see when time is up. And the other thing that I was wondering, let me see here. Oh, I'll move this a little bit. I must have bumped into it. Let's see. Spring water. There you go. Do I have well water? Yes, I do have well water. I have a well. My dad and I pounded that pipe in the ground about 40 years ago. And I use it for irrigation mostly. There's also city water here, which I barely use. So I only pay the minimum bill. I do wash myself and the dishes with city water, well water. Sometimes I'll drink it, but normally I drink rainwater. I have a stainless steel funnel up on the roof with the stainless steel line that goes into the kitchen, and I collect the water right there. And that's it. And there is no filter on it. There is sedimentation that takes place in the refrigerator, and that's it. It fell as rain hundreds, sometimes over 1,000 years ago. They're constantly bugging me with emails, probably because of that meter. Okay. Yeah. No, I don't filter it either. Why is this not coming up? I don't know, this thing acts weird. Straight well water, but most people I know filter the well. They say it is contaminated. Okay. That long to filter through the planet. Yes. I drink filtered tap water. You must mean tap water. That's right. I agree with that. Whatever works, that's the main thing. I drink Mountain Valley spring water, Mountain Valley spring in glass. And by the way, you'll notice whenever you see me drinking, what do I drink out of? I drink out of glass. That's what I use. Even my salt shakers, they're glass. There's no plastic around here. Dishes are ceramic. Oh, look at that. Almost right on time. It wasn't perfect, but it was close. As you can see, it popped up. All right. So it looks like we're going to wind this down. We have 38. So the amount of people is going down. Now let me see if we can find the music that I use for playing out, which I can't seem to find. Where did that go? Oh, there it is. Let's see. Where in the world did I put that? I think I'm losing my mind. Oh, I lost that a long time ago. All right. Okay. There we are. Okay. Huh. It was here. There's a different one. Okay, that was interesting. Where did my video go? Oh, this popped up here. All right, there we go. Let's see. Huh. Desktop audio should be low enough where it's not so loud. Let me see here. All right. There we go. Okay, where in the world did that go? Okay, I lost it. I got to get this macro pad working. It'll come up. And it's not working. Oh boy. I just get frustrated sometimes with technology. How do you adjust this? Well, so much for that. There's no way to adjust the volume. That's kind of interesting. All right, let's see. A lot of comments. Oh, rainwater makes hair soft. All right, that's not going to work. I'll get it eventually. Okay. Let's see. What did I miss? Oh. Maybe that's the one I wanted. There we go. Okay. That should be a little bit better. Let me see how the comments are going here. All right. Let's see. There we are. Outside calls. Yes. It's time to go outside. This is very important. I mean, unless you're at night, in which case it doesn't really matter. I wonder about the rain with all the crap in the air. That's what I'm wondering too. There's got to be some way of testing it. Take care all. Glad you were here, BK Belgian Carnivore. Oh, it's ending. Well, all good things have to come to an end, right? I've been washing my hair with egg yolks. Huh, that'll work. You also... Glass only water. Yes. Okay. Shampoo is chemical. Yeah, chemical. Yes, it is. Make your own soap. That's what I do. I didn't get my coffee yet. I have to drink it alone for me. I cleared my agenda for the whole day. Okay. Collect the rainwater. Out to the shot of the dam breaking. All right. Let's see. Wash my hair with it. I have well water, no filter. I don't want to be a YouTuber, but I thought of having a channel just to be able to chat with people would be worth it. Well, you should. And I think eventually YouTube is supposed to have collaborations, so you don't need to use any external streaming software. Okay. Yes, it's a beautiful country. Keeping in your mind, Rick is not horsepower, only duck power. Whack. Now, if I could just learn to fly, I'd be great. But not with an airplane, with wings. You don't have to worry about the FAA. You just go and fly. Just watch out for the hawks. Okay. Figure some bacteria or whatever in the water is good for me. Yes. Let me see if I can actually hear this. Let me pop my live stream here on my channel. We're just doing some experiments. There we go. Oh, it does work. What do you know? Okay. So the music actually does work. That's pretty good. And let's see. Rick has been, yes, that's true. Rick has been here 4 hours. We're not going to break any records today. Remember, at 4 o'clock, we have Thomas and his birthday live stream. I'm sure a lot of you have things to do. I want to go outside, get some stuff done. I don't want to be sitting on the couch or doing whatever all day. And I'm still trying to figure out what's the best music to play going out. But there's all kinds to choose from here. Let's see what else I got on the list. All kinds of stuff. Here we go. Okay. That's a little bit too fancy, I think, for my channel. That might be good for an intro. Sort of like Masterpiece Theater with Alistair Cook. Remember that? Let's see. Okay. Closing time by Semisonic. Okay. Dreams do come true. My butcher finally asked me out. Okay, there you go. That well, you learned your lesson on that, didn't you? Yes. Gotta go, Rick. You made my photo processing go faster. Have a good day, old. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Yep. Let's see. The ending track from DuckTales. Okay. The instrumental one as the credits roll. There we go. Well, there's only one credit here. Well, there's you and me. That'll work. I want to hear all the detail. There you go. Good thing Keith isn't here. Not in the chat, Ellen. Okay, whoops. What did I just do? Okay, you'd be heartbroken. Okay. Interesting. So, and Milton, yes. Okay, and Milton, there we go. He'll wait for me. Yes, he will. He will. Okay. Well, that sounds familiar. Thanks for giving all your time and energy to provide this great venue for us. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone that takes their time to come here and comment, because the thing is, this is not a Rick live stream. This is everybody's live stream. What would I do if nobody commented? I'd give you a couple of rants, and then I'd leave, and that'd be it. I could rant for a long time, but still, it's the comments that makes this live stream. This is what's different than all of them. This is the only live stream I've ever been to where every single, and I mean every single comment is considered, even the ones that aren't so good. And they disappear. It's self-moderating, and it's interesting. People come and go. They bring up all kinds of topics. There is no topic. I have no script. I'm just here to hang out with the people that are nice enough to come here. And occasionally, some people give me gifts, and that's great. So I'm super happy about that. And I'll be here as long as I can until I have no internet or I have a heart attack and I can't do it. Just like when Mitch had a stroke and he took time off, when I have my heart attack, hopefully I'll take the rest of the life off. I won't be just taking the rest of the day, week, or year. That'll be it for Rick. So if you want to see Live at 8 with Rick, you're going to have to go back in time and look at all the other videos that are out there. Okay, that's all, folks. Yes, it is. Thank you and chat friends for a great conversation. I'm changing bedding. Had to be back for a second. Thanks, Rick, for this short. Okay, great topics and discussion this morning. Yes, so nice, Rick. You always make us feel special. Well, you are special because you are one of the very, very, very elite that come to my chat. And notice, I don't get offended and I don't preach. I let everybody believe what they want to believe. If you want my opinion, I'll give it to you. But I'm not going to tell anybody what they need to believe. That is your choice. It's not a free world. It's not a free country. But it is free here to think the way you want to. I tell people, think for yourself. And how would it be if I told you to think for yourself at the same time that I'm telling you what to think? That doesn't make sense. Bye, everyone. See you in 7 days. Hope the week goes smoothly. Yes. Thank you so much. Take the DeLorean to 88 miles per hour. Well, there you go. Or in my case, take the van. Have a great rest of the weekend. That's right. And, it's a relaxed, simple live stream. And that's it. So we'll go ahead and we'll play you out. And I hope everyone is going to enjoy the remaining day, enjoy tomorrow. And this kind of gives me that Mr. Rogers vibe, doesn't it? It's a wonderful day in the neighborhood, or whatever you want to say. That's fine. Art power. Whoops, there we go. All right. I think Mitch also uses that music. Just can't find anything that really fits the Rick live stream. Maybe this one. All right. That's strange. Oh, here we go. There we are. Have fun, everyone. Yes. See yous all. Get outside to negate the negative effects of the tech. Yes, I agree. DuckTales. Yep, he's been here. He's been here. I think a lot of times people listen, they don't comment. That's fine. As long as you're listening, you're still getting it in. Track and Launchpad is a secret agent. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I do. I need to compose something myself. What I want to do, I want to take something like, what was that TV show? The Prisoner, Mannix, and Mission Impossible, and mix it together, something like that. That'd be good. I'll have to put myself in the mind of Lalo Schifrin and come up with my own theme. But I'll come up with something. Maybe AI can assist me with that. Who knows? But it's got to fit that style. Yep. Okay. All right. All right. Music generator software. That's what I need. Okay, everybody. That's been several of these, and we're gonna call this quits, and I will catch you next week. So thank you for being here. Have a great day. Get outside. Try to get with the environment as much as possible and network with the people that you care about. And hopefully things will continue to go well and you'll have another week of success, good health, and enjoy life as much as you can. And if you can help somebody, that's great. Do that too. And I appreciate you.